Everything's all out of whack. Everything's all discombobulated. Oh no. Hello. Hi. Hello. I am sorry. I was doing math and it was going to be incredibly useful math, but I'm not the fastest when it comes to doing math. And so, what's up, Confused Strawberry? Thank you for telling me. I am so, I mean, part of the reason that I'm working on all of the improvements for the stream is because there are new people and because there are more people, but also it's a nice convergence because having more people makes it to where I can try more things, and if things go wrong, they will immediately tell me. Like, I could have never even risked being muted the whole time when I first started streaming because there would be literally no one in there to let me know. But now I can. Now I can because of you guys. So thank you. What up, G Hercup? How you doing? The thing that I was working on, the math that I was doing, was for the character budget calculations. And I'll be real with you guys. I did a lot of math. I was breaking out the graphing calculator. I was getting on Desmos. I was getting on Wolfram Alpha. I was throwing a lot of numbers together. I was mixing up units at one point. I was getting crazy. And I don't know if what I ultimately came to will be better or worse or what it'll be. But it will certainly be different. And I think that's kind of cool. We're certainly trying something. And we'll have to see how it goes. What up, Pharaoh, Cheeky Monkey? Hello. Yeah, and I wanted to. I didn't do as much streaming this weekend as I had planned because I did some recording and then I was going to do editing. And then my canker sores were kind of fucking with me, so I was like, I'll take the day off. And I got some alcohol, and then I got hungover for the first time in a while because I haven't been drinking really at all lately. And I guess my tolerance is gone. So then I lost another day after that. But now we're here, and I'm ready, and I'm excited. Slide ruler. Dude, I should have gotten out the slide ruler. Might have helped. What up? But that said, I did, regardless of the actual character budget, I did come to some interesting realizations about what affects the stream length that I wanted to kind of show you guys. Because I thought it's interesting and it will legitimately affect when I choose whether or not to do half eps. I think that I more fully understand now when I may or may not need to do half eps. So not much of the episode left for today. I know. I mean, according to the estimations, it's still going to be like a 4-hour stream. But that's fine. That's okay. And my calcs might be they might get a skosh off because I'm doing a little bit more of an intro than I planned on. But first I'll do the critical role. I'll do the critical role stuff beforehand. Before we get into sort of housekeeping type things. I normally don't do like takeaways after half eps. But it's really weird to say. I think that it's hard, as we get like further out, 20 minutes left. There's not 20 minutes left. There's like an hour and a half left, right? Oh, wait, did I fuck up my my estimations? I think there's like an hour and a half of the episode left. Either way, doesn't matter. We'll get to that. we'll get to that. I said last stream that this was my favorite episode since the Kevdak episode. And I've gone back and forth between describing it as since the Kevdak fight and since the Kevdak episode. Because honestly, the Kevdak episode outside of the fight, it was fine. It was pretty standard, I would say. I don't think it really like stood out to me all that much, but then the fight was awesome. Best fight we've had, I think. And so that episode stands out really loud in my mind. And there are other specific moments that stand out. And maybe I've named a favorite episode in the past. But from what I can remember, as a holistic evaluation, I think this was probably my favorite holistic episode so far. You know, and I've only seen half of it, so I can't, I can't exactly say that for certain. The last half might totally bomb. And I kind of doubt it. So that's why I feel more confident saying this. What up, Topaz? But it's been my favorite holistic episode because it's given us so many examples of good ways to run different things, good ways to introduce new factions, a really, really incredibly tight subversion. Like, oh my gosh. Like, normally when I think about subversions, there's something, that has to be kind of, sprinkled in there and going, very soft and giving all the clues and then, big subversion at the end. I'm thinking like Knives Out, right? But this episode was a great example of like, technically they didn't enter the Moonbrush this episode, but they were, it was pretty close to that. It was really, really tight between them, like basically entering the Moonbrush and where we ended at this half ep. And even across that time, what was it, like 2 hours, I think, was the first stream? Right around 2 hours of actual CR that we've watched. Across those 2 hours, Matt did a really solid subversion of what we thought was going on, what we thought we knew about this pixie werewolf beef, and really effectively subverted it, and didn't I think one of the ways that we think about like quick subversions a lot of times just defaults to like essentially like what I would call like a jump scare subversion, which at that point those are almost not antitheses. What are they? They're almost mutually exclusive in my head. Of like, a good subversion is not just a jump scare. It's not just a surprise. But this one was especially good because it recontextualized their entire conversation with the werewolves. The werewolves kind of like not so subtly hinted at what was going on, but in a way that without additional context, it was very hard to pick up on what they meant. He used really particular language that, in retrospect, makes perfect sense, but seemed to have a different meaning at the time. And it was totally off the cuff. I'm thinking specifically about one of the werewolves saying like, oh, she speaks as if she's been here. When he said that, it came off, to me at least, as very like, oh, she's like, she thinks she knows all about our problems. Very like almost calling her like a white savior sort of deal. But then in retrospect, it's like, oh, she's talking about building a wall. Makes very much sense as a kind of joking response when you consider their whole prison dynamic. So and beyond that, in regards to the title, I think that the Feywild is a particularly good place to run a prison escape sequence. Like, the weird and odd rules of the Feywild, I think, present a natural sort of connection and connectivity to prison rules that have like these like very, odd, you would never experience them in real life kind of rules and regulations and restrictions on where you can be, what you can do, all of that sort of stuff. Not only within the power structure of the prison, but also inside, like how do you deal with different elements of the inmates as well. So all of that said, I think that the Feywild and its rules, and its odd rules, have a very natural connectivity to those real life things without being too kind of obvious. Like I've talked before about like being careful about not breaking the metaphor. Like I don't think that this would be, or not that it wouldn't be on the table, but that you would need to be really careful if you were going to try and talk about like, if you were going to try and draw like an analogy to like private prisons or death row or how we treat inmate populations. If you were going to try and draw like a moral metaphor and analogy, you would have to be incredibly careful about everything that's going on here. But I don't think that Matt's trying to do that even in the slightest. I think that he is using it to set up a more storytelling conceit, and is, I think the very, very basic morality that we're kind of encountering here is, what would you do to escape? If you're in a cage, what is worthwhile? Like what lengths are you willing to go to escape? Which is an incredibly basic allegory, but I think it works. It's solid. And it's not so complicated that it runs a risk of breaking. I just got a comment on one of the very first times I talked about, like, at that point I wasn't even calling it like the broken metaphor. I got that term from Taliesin. But the very first time I talked about that, someone talking about like, oh, like, how can you do it? It's complicated. It was a good comment. And I thought about it afterwards a lot. And I think one of the things that I'm starting to like kind of slowly take away, I'm not sure if I'm fully on board yet, but it seems to me at least as the less complicated your allegory is or your metaphor is, the more likely it is to stay in its intention. Like the less the example that Taliesin uses in the video that I always reference is gay people are vampires because they're social outcasts and they are discriminated against. That is a very complicated metaphor. It requires a lot of layers of like, why are they being socially outcast? What are the characteristics of vampires? Like all of these things that make that a very complicated thing. Whereas this metaphor of if you are trapped, what are you willing to do to get out? Kind of doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what the cage is. Like, it only really matters, okay, how are you trapped? That's the only real complicating factor that might serve to break the metaphor. Like, is there no sound? What? Anyone else got no sound? Uh-oh. What? Why can't you hear me? Anyone else, Sam? You good? I can hear? Okay. Whew. Okay, cool. Sounds like that's you, G. Hercub. Okay. Whew. But the only real complicating factor to potentially break the metaphor here is the cage itself. Like, does the cage itself have implications that make it more that maybe break the analogy of like, is it a cage that you wouldn't want to escape? Is it a cage that is so impossible to escape that it has no sort of analogy to any sort of real life cage. Like it's almost become so impenetrable as to not be a cage anymore. Like those are maybe the pieces that might break. But that's way easier to manage as a DM when you're trying to impart this metaphor or this moral kind of grayness. So that sort of is a personal takeaway to me of like, man, the simpler you make it, the easier it is to manage. The easier it is to ensure that it doesn't break. Now, all that being said, my only real critique so far is that this is a really interesting setup that honestly, it feels like it kind of needs more. Like it's a really, really intriguing kind of question and setup and faction relationship, but it feels odd being introduced in a subquest of their current quest line as a subquest of that subquest, you know? It's like they have the Chroma Conclave, then they have Fenthros Vestige Hunt, and now within that, they have Pixie Prison Break. Pixie Prison Palooza, I don't know. And I think once you get to like 3 layers deep, it starts to get a little odd. You have to like really contain those like tertiary plots. And this is a plot that I feel like would be more interesting if we had more time to kind of live and breathe it. Like a Prison Break is normally kind of a puzzle type atmosphere where you have to learn all the players. You have to learn about the guards and the inmates and the prison itself. There's all of these aspects that you have to learn to eventually put together the perfect escape, a la like Alcatraz, The Rock. And so I don't feel like we're going to have enough time to do that, which I think does the sequence a bit of a disservice, but I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world when the main critique of your sequence is it's so good, but there isn't room for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a meta critique rather than a critique of the actual sequence. It's a critique of this sequence's placement here rather than like the actual the thing that's contained within it. I like a lot. But I don't know about putting it in here. I don't know. It's tough though, because you also do have to take player fatigue into account. And if you feel like your players need a break, need to learn new people, see new environments, do new things, the Feywild's a good place to insert that. Like, you know, I'm putting a bunch of salt on my own critique, you know, take it with a huge grain of salt. Because if you are going to have that sort of break and that sort of like little contained guy in the middle of a larger quest, Feywild's a good place to place it. Feywild's a great place to place it because of the very specific time warping nature of the Feywild. You can have them not worry too much about them getting fucked in the main quest and by the timers that exist on the material plane because they're in the Feywild. So they can actually they could theoretically take their time and kind of have a little bit of a fork in the road, kind of, you know, go over for a pit stop. So that is an evaluation you can and often should make as a DM is, do my players need a break? And if so, can I facilitate that in a way that makes sense? And I think that the Feywild is on the level of like one of the best ways to facilitate this specific sort of break. Now, did they need it? Was that actually an evaluation that Matt was making? Who knows? You know, that's all speculation. But at your own tables, even if you are running this, you know, kind of big overarching quest line like the Chroma Conclave, the Feywild's a solid place to take a break. So I don't know. Overall, I give it a big thumbs up because I like the content of it, and I'm mostly mixed on its place within the overall plot. And I think my opinion would be largely shaped by above the table stuff. So it's hard to have like a firm opinion on it, you know? 20 sorry, I just picked a random small time potentially left. There's probably more than 20. Oh yeah, no worries. I got you. Oh wait, that is too big. There we go. What I personally liked is the rock paper scissors dynamic Matt set up between VM, werewolves, and pixies. It's good. It's solid, especially giving them not a non-distinct ally, like a non-obvious ally. I also think that Garmelie is a good existence of a third neutral faction where the werewolves and pixies are very clearly against each other, and then Garmelie is also a Feywild denizen, but is more neutral on the entire Moonbrush conflict. So he can provide some insight, but isn't, and is going to have some biases against one side or the other. But has largely told them that both sides are dangerous. So I think he's also an interesting factor in all this. Love these small faction disputes, something I want to do more myself, though it seems like quite a bit of work. It is, and I think that the thing that I'm impressed with, even though I would want, I think, to have more kind of there, I'm impressed with Matt's ability to cram so much into such a small period of time and have it feel not rushed in any way. I think that it's very impressive how fleshed he's made the factions feel with basically nothing. Like, we've had 2 interactions with the werewolves, and we've had 1 kind of interaction with the pixies so far. But I feel like I understand the pixies. So he's done quite a bit towards characterizing these factions, where, like, it makes you feel like they're really fleshed out and they're really characterized, but we really haven't learned that much. He's been doing a really good job of quality over quantity here in terms of like the descriptions and characterizing these factions. Which is good. When you're trying to run a really short sequence, you really need to value quality description over quantity. I blinked a couple of times with the vampire metaphor. Funnily enough, though, Bram Stoker's Dracula had academic discuss that very analogy. That's where, yeah, that it's. I do not know the any of those works well enough to discuss it in detail, but like those sorts of things are not off the table. Like, they can be done. They just have to be done with a lot of extreme care. They can't just kind of be thrown out there and just left to fend for themselves. What up, Tardigrade, Sputnik? Hello. The Fresh Maker, longtime VODer, first time liver. Hello, what's up? Still at episode 46. Ooh, you're catching up though. You're You're getting there. Eternally thankful to SGM for recommending me. I'm eternally grateful to SGM for the recommendation. I just was in one of his videos. I was the villain. Oh my god. I have never felt so icky and dirty in a good way. It was good production. But oh my gosh, I read a very toxic comment that was juxtaposed against all of these amazing female creators, like TTRPG creators on YouTube, reading a statement from Marisha Ray about the hate that she's received directly after my comment. And I was like, ugh, I feel gross. I feel like the villain. But I was typecast as the villain when I was in theater, so it only makes sense. But anyways, welcome. Hello. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Even with SGM's recommendations, you guys still had to come over here and stick around. So I'm so grateful and happy that you did. So thank you. Hey, what was the last thing we saw? Missed last episode. Last thing we saw was Keyleth as Minxie, kind of messing with the pixies, and then they all came back to camp. And Scanlan finished his book. And they were about to take a long rest. I didn't know there was a stream today. Also missed last step. Yeah, I've been my prep was kind of weird. I still haven't finished the chapters from last step, and I was gonna stream yesterday, but then I didn't, and so I didn't put out the event. So yeah, that's kind of on me. It was a little sudden. What I meant by rock paper scissors is that the werewolves hired VM to deal with pixies because they can't beat the pixies in the fight. Why do VM agree? Because they can't beat the werewolves in a fight. Oh, I see what you're saying. They at least think that they can't beat the pixies in a fight, although it's a little bit unclear as to if that's actually the case or not. But I do agree that, like, I think the kind of core of this is that the capabilities of the pixies and the werewolves are very, very different. You know, they have very different, extremely different strengths and weaknesses. Where, like, I don't know this, but if I had to guess, I would say that the werewolves are going to be an easier fight. But it's to the degree that, like, there's dissension amongst Vox Machina. Some people in Vox think that the werewolves will be easier. Some people think the pixies will be easier. So I think that just making a very stark delineation between the two, not just in terms of personality, but also, yeah, like implied mechanical strengths and weaknesses, can go a long way towards capturing that sort of feel. Yeah. I was the guy pointing at the screen meme when I heard you in that vid. Hell yeah. What up, Zonix? Sonics? I'm going to go with Sonics. I'm going to assume a silent D. Maybe when we left off, you rewind 30 seconds. Yeah. We can go back a skosh. Go back a touch. But yeah, that's my basic kind of overview and takeaway. What the heck? Wait. That's not the right profile. There we go. I'll do okay. Yay, it's in there. Hooray. Okay. So yeah, I did a lot of thinking about the character budget, about the way that I currently calculate stream length. And I realized someone mentioned that I hadn't been taking the intro into account, which is kind of true. I had been thinking about it, but I had just been basically like, basically if I do it well enough, it won't, like, for the other stuff, it won't really matter. New layout, kind of new layout, yeah. Not crazy new, but I flipped one of my monitors vertical, so now I had to rearrange things a little bit to account for that. But let me switch to my other Obsidian. There we go. So I hadn't been taking the intro buffer into account, and I was kind of like, I don't know if it'll actually matter all that much, but I'll take it into account. And then I also, something I realized, I hadn't been taking the breaks into account. So I put those into the calculation so that I could account for those. And they actually do have an effect. So my old calculation used to basically just be from like here to here. I didn't used to have the intro buffer or the break applied to anything. But now we've got those kind of applied on either side. And I did the example for this stream. These are about what I'm looking at. And then I reverse engineered a whole bunch of stuff that I won't even go through. But I also did some analysis on what actually affects Z. And Z is the total stream time. What actually affects Z the most? Like which variable within this equation? So I pumped them into a graphing calculator and and I varied them all. And I found that by far the most impactful thing was the actual time of the CR episode that we're watching, which makes sense, but it's hard to communicate just on here how much more of a difference it made than anything else. I was actually, I thought that like my talking ratio would affect it more. I thought that, maybe the intro buffer, or I thought that basically any other variable might affect it at least to a more substantial degree. But T is by far the most affected variable, especially given that it affects the ratio as well, because the ratio is somewhat defined based on T. So the S affects it logarithmically. As we continue to speed up, it stops affecting it as much, which makes sense. But for any like reasonable values, it's a pretty substantial effect. It's actually like the speed up and the time are the two things that affect the entire stream length the most, by far. Which is something I'm going to keep in mind. If I keep having streams where I'm really noticing that it's like going way too long, I might consider bumping the normal talking off of 1.2, which is where I currently have it. Or actually, I think I have it at 1.25. Yeah, I have it 1.25. I might consider going to like 1.3 or 1.4 because even those marginal increases have a huge effect on the overall time. L and Q are kind of weird. They're the break variables, and they don't actually affect it all that much until they start really getting close to each other. And once they start really getting close to the same value, they start affecting it like off into infinity. So basically, for any practical purposes, they're not a huge impact. And then I had all of these analysis takeaways here, and then I used all of that to start calculating the break multiple and the decrement. And all of this is to say, I now have, I think, a more confident handling on what should I base the decrement off of, what should I base the cap off of, and I'm feeling way more confident about those two things. I'm feeling substantially more confident about why I'm calculating them the way that I am, and I'm also feeling more confident about my ability to predict the length of the stream. Like Sputnik just said, the proof will be in the pudding. But I'm starting to get more confident about it. So we'll see. I don't know. But yeah. Can't wait for the next version where you add differentials. Oh boy. Don't even get started. Yeah. It was very slick of Matt improving the reason the werewolves hadn't taken on the pixies already. It was. Matt was super slick in the first part of this episode. He was operating high. Honestly, the incel performance was a little too good. If not for knowing about Paige, I might be like, is this the FBI agent? I was like, what is Ron Quixote talking about? The SGM voice acting. Yeah. Not for knowing about Mitch, I would be like, this is the FBI agent tasked to catch the Soviet spy who was the Soviet spy himself. Look, I won't. I've talked about it, or I've kind of briefly mentioned that I've gone down an incel rabbit hole in the past. Thankfully, I was pulled out by good friends that I thankfully trusted and that trusted me. But I've seen the pipeline. I've seen the tunnel, and got pulled out of it. But I have interacted with, and I never would have been the person to leave that comment, but I've been the person to have those thoughts. That's the gross, unfortunate truth about past. And people can grow, people can learn and change, and I have. But it's one of the reasons that I try not to go too hard on people, is because I was brought out of it by people that were very kind and patient with me. And so I know that it can be done. Now, I had a very particular situation with particular influences. Maybe it can't be done for everyone. But it's one of the reasons that I'm maybe a little bit softer than some of my mutuals on people like that, because I want to bring them out of it, not shove them further into it to a degree. So yeah, it wasn't fun voicing it, but it was like I was very happy to do it, and very glad that Mike asked me. But it was very much like, okay, think about myself like 8 years ago. Not great, but yeah. I think the first episode of the next art is going to be 10 hours at least. Ooh, boy. Very, very fun. What about combat versus roleplay? I have a like average speed up. So at the bottom of all of these, you'll see that John gives me either low, medium, or high combat. Very generalized. It has never been something that has spoiled anything for me. We've been doing it for like 15 to 20 episodes, I think, at this point, and it's never given me something that was totally unexpected. So I can get in the general ballpark of the speed up normally. Anything for me to do differently to help you out? No, the info that you give is enough. It's totally enough. The speed up, like when I compare like the actual speed up to the speed up averages, it's normally so close as to not really impact things. And I like the low, medium, high, because those are so vague that they almost always match up with the vibes that I was guessing. I've never felt spoiled by them, so I like the current amount of information. Specifically the time talking about combat versus time talking about roleplay. The combat scenes are sped up, of course. Oh, the time talking about combat versus time talking about roleplay. Yeah, I don't have that all. I don't have a delineation there. Maybe eventually, but yeah. Vox Machina goes to the puppy and kitten orphanage. High combat. Yeah, there's never been anything like this. So I've never felt spoiled by it. But that all said, I predicted a half an hour intro, and we're clocking about 38 minutes, so gotta get going. But yeah, we will see how it goes, and I'm excited to see. Spend so much time on your VODs, it feels weird the way everything looks and sounds. Hope it's going good. I can imagine my VODs have changed. Or my setup changes rapidly. What up? It's been going good. Yeah. It's been going real good. Okay. But with that, I'm going to rewind a couple of minutes. I'm gonna rewind to like 31:47. Yeah. Start some fairies for a couple hours. That seems good. And we'll get going. Settle in. It's muted. It's muted. It's always muted.
For like several hours.
I know all this. You told me 2 hours
Yes,
ago.
I caught him up a little bit as we were walking back. Pretty sure it is the fairies who are creating the magical barrier, and pretty sure it's because we might have scared the living shit out of them. So,
You suck.
yes, it might have all been still our faults all along, like most things are. So, we'll talk to the fairies tomorrow.
If they
all I
don't
got.
find us.
They are actively looking for us.
For you, see our audio is low. That might be a me thing. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it's crazy low. Why is it down there? Dude, my audio game is easily the least the thing that I'm the least good at with streaming. I am not good at remembering to manage the audio. So that's why I always believe it when people are like, I can't hear you. Is the sound on? I even asked you. You did ask me, Hoovy. Fuck. You did ask me. Shit. I didn't realize watching last VOD, but Marisha's voice sounds a little hoarse. I hope she's okay 8 years ago. Well, this was, I guess you guys haven't seen it yet, right? I just watched the Q&A that was right before this episode, and her voice was totally gone in that. So I was actually, I was expecting it already, so it didn't even faze me. Why are the settings even something bad all the time again? Shouldn't they stay at a good level? Even going to something bad all the time again? You mean like the audio settings? Basically because I manage a lot of the audio settings automagically. And this is not exclusively my stream setup. This is where I do like my outside of content work, like my freelance stuff. And this is where I like hang out and game with people. And so I have some settings that automatically reset themselves for stream, but I have to change them for outside of stream stuff. So if the automagic stuff isn't working, then I forget about it and then they're bad. is basically it. In the VOD I just watched, you were just talking about freelance stuff. Hey, there you go. It all connects. But okay, I think all of that should be fixed. Audio levels should hopefully be better. Let me know if they aren't. But I think we're good.
They saw you.
They saw me as a cat.
What'd they do to you?
I think they tried to cast several spells on me, and by some luck of the draw, I managed to feline my way out of them. So I think they are looking for me and us, and I won't be a tiger anymore.
Can I use my ranger abilities and try to disguise where we're camping?
Yeah, can I help hide? I'll help her
Try
a
and
little
camouflage.
bit.
You guys find like a little alcove by one of the bigger trees nearby that has like some of the roots that kind of recess inward, and you build a small camp there that's kind of covered with thatch and branches.
And do we have any concept of what time it is in this perpetual night?
You really have none.
I'm gonna get a little sleep though, so I can get my spells back.
All right, sleep. Yeah.
Sleep. Anybody else taking watch?
Yeah, stay up with me.
Okay, but she needs to
She
rest.
needs his rest. Yeah.
I'll stay up.
She's already been up for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Stay up with me.
You can cuddle with me.
Don't offer that.
I know.
You're right, John. You're right. Ah! Oh, no. Fuck. Wait, what time code were we just at? Like 2:33. Okay. I was just watching. I tried to click on the gear, and I clicked on the end of the episode. Yeah, we're on 1X. You're super right. Okay, there we go.
I pick a space kind of near Vax.
Okay. You guys go ahead and make perception checks, both of you.
Yeah.
Had to be.
Wowed.
10.
27.
Okay. Partway into your watch, you do see, whereas there's a very faint, ever-present falling of the Fey lights, you do see, looks to be 2 brighter lights that are kind of traveling together, shifting about a little ways past your sight.
Whack.
What?
Do you see that? Look.
Yeah, fireflies.
Yeah. No.
No.
Well, sort of. Let's just watch them. I don't think we should go out. I think we should let the group rest.
What, the little lights?
No. Your friends. We'll let them sleep unless those things come closer.
Oh.
Yeah. Are they coming closer, or are they keeping a distance?
They're keeping a distance. They don't seem to notice you.
Okay.
Might have heard you. Just don't know about. Okay.
All right. They come pretty close, actually. They start heading in your direction. Do you guys do anything? You stay quiet? What do you do?
Don't move by yourself.
I freeze. In an exotic pose.
25
Make a stealth check with advantage because of the camouflage that she
Me?
Do I have that camouflage?
Yeah, but
You already have your crazy bonuses, but yeah, go ahead and take advantage of it.
25.
8.
balls.
Total of 8.
Mother bitch.
You have advantage?
A 6 and a 2.
Come on, bro. Come on.
All right.
Cassie.
Yeah, I would say as
10 at least.
as they kind of drift past, you hear. Wait, which isn't what catches their attention. It's the pause after and Grog uncontrollably laughing. Partially because the intent of Keyleth staying close to Vax while you guys were resting meant to kind of went in her direction.
I shuffle uncomfortably in my sleep.
That shit.
I don't know why I just had a nightmare.
You watch as two of these fluttering points of light about 10 feet out.
I'm staying stealth.
Stay there for a second and then go darting off into the distance.
One look and they ran.
We have to talk about your diet.
What?
Your diet. Do you eat any greens at all?
Yeah, like pickled herring, and I've been grabbing stuff as we walk through.
That just happened. He was a dog diet. He wants to talk about your IPS. And they're like it.
I shake my. I crawl over to my sister and shake her and say, "Wake up! Wake up! What? Don't fly away! Oh wait, your broom's over there. All right. They are watching us, and they came in close, and then they left. So I don't think we're safe anymore. I think we maybe should get.
So we
moving.
fucking should get out of here?
Maybe, yeah.
No, we're
Wake
not.
everybody up.
No. Look, we've got to talk to them anyway, right? We're not going to run.
At least we can prepare ourselves.
How?
Sleeping.
Just keep sleeping.
I wake Percival up.
No.
Percy.
What? Yes.
Hi, Grumpy.
What?
We've been discovered by fairies.
Oh, that's nice.
Get ready to use your charming wiles.
All right.
I'm gonna let Scanlan sleep a little bit more because he looks fucking.
I don't think we've ever seen. I'm trying to think of when Vox Machina has actually camped on the road. It's so few times as to just barely stand out in my head. So every time I can picture them long resting, they have, they have their own separate rooms, whatever. It's very funny to see Percy characterized like this. I know that I was, I think there were mixed takes on the how much Percy in the nymph episode was being accurately characterized, how much this fit with the previous characterizations. This is a very funny thing of Percy's really grumpy and really hard to wake up in the morning. That I don't know why it feels so right to me, but it does. It feels very, very funny that Percy's really just not a morning person at all. I like it. I like it quite a bit. Predictions: nice fairies or bad fairies? The problem is I don't know if Keyleth is right about them putting up the barrier due to getting freaked out. I felt like the barrier was always there, and it's just a one-way type of deal, I feel like. Maybe only for sapient creatures, I don't know. But the thing is, if they put up the barrier in reaction to Vox's actions, and they're only keeping the lichens caged normally, I think they're probably going to end up being good fairies. I think they're going to be we're containing the spread of lycanthropy, or at least morally neutral. Whereas if there's always a cage, always set up, I think they're going to lean more towards the evil, bad, but still probably neutral side. I just need them to have a reason. So far, I don't know a reason that they're keeping the lichens, or that if they're not just keeping the lichens, if the bear is always up, I don't know why they're, always maintaining the barrier. So we'll have to see. It'll heavily depend on their reasoning for having the barrier. My prediction, just kind of vibing out Matt, is that it will be a almost neutral thing, but it will lean evil. That's my guess. But I don't have a ton of reasoning for that other than vibes currently. Yeah. Half of them did in the trial to take. That's true. Yeah. I guess nice as fairies go. Yeah, I guess is it it's sadistic or reasonable. I think is maybe the delineation. But yeah, it's been a long while since they were just like camping out underneath the stars. They at least nowadays they use the mansion. So interesting all around. And I think especially now that they have the mansion, I've told you guys that I'm, pretty neutral when it comes to like nighttime ambushes. I don't hate them, but I find them rarely like meta useful and pretty neutral in fiction a lot of the times. I find that like in terms of like meta stuff, a lot of times they just like waste time. But this is one where I think that highlighting the fact that like they're normally using the mansion at this point. So I think that anytime they don't use the mansion, highlighting the fact that they're not using it, not necessarily like push them towards using it. Because like this wasn't a deadly encounter. It didn't have to be, They could have engaged with this however they wanted. It wasn't like Matt was gonna like force an ambush combat on them. At least it seems. But it is just reminding them that anytime they're not in the mansion, things are going to happen. Things outside of their control. And I think that it's a good delineation to draw, especially if you want to make your environments feel dangerous. Now, it runs the risk of essentially becoming a spell tax on Scanlan, but you got to kind of feel that out. You want it to feel like a choice on whether or not to use the mansion, because the more of a choice it feels like, the more value you're giving to the spell. But you don't want to give it so much value that it feels like they have to use it every single night. It's a hard balancing act there, especially with this sort of thing. They camped when they got the armor for Vax with Kashaw and friends. Yeah, and they camped on the way, I think, back from Sphinx Mountain when Grog died from Craven Edge. So like they've definitely camped several times, but I can think of like a handful. Like I don't think I could count more than 10. Most of the time they are long resting in civilization of some kind, whether it's, magically constructed or whatever. Transport via plants could also be a spell tax. Yeah, you really want to, or at least I think that it's important to avoid spell taxes. I think that spell casting is at its most interesting when there's not an always obvious answer. When you need to evaluate your spells anew on every situation. It's one of the reasons that, like, even though legendary resistance is needed in the current balance of D&D, I don't like legendary resistance as it fits into D&D because it simplifies the spellcasting equation. Once you have encountered LR once, you will start to have your default LR spell of, oh, I'm encountering this thing, I will cast this to get rid of its LR. It's just like it becomes a default decision. And that's what I mean when I say like a spell tax. A spell tax in my head is any spell where there's a common situation that you run into that you feel as though you have to cast that spell, no matter what. Like there's very little evaluating room. And that's hard with this situation because you want staying outside of the mansion to feel consequential and different from staying in the mansion. And I mean, let's not mince words. It should be worse. Like it should be more dangerous or maybe more chaotic. But like staying in the mansion should have benefits over staying in the real world, just like throwing down a bedroll. But those benefits can't be so large that it's just the default. You always cast mansion, which is tough when it comes to this. It's very like DM balancing, DM fiat, as to how important that feels, which is tough. Do you think that Matt actually rolls random nightly encounters at the table or in prep, or just decides? I think there's if I was a gambling man, like you said, you have to make a decision, you have to bet. My instincts would be that Matt has random tables that he rolls on most of the time, but also will occasionally just grab something off of. Some things feel random enough to be random encounters in my head. But occasionally something that is in the random encounter space feels very purposeful. And so either he just, maybe got like weirdly lucky on a roll. I say lucky, but randomly pertinent on the roll. Or he just looked at the random table and was like, oh wait, that one really fits, and plucked it. I think there's a good shot that just with like the vibes that Matt gives off that he uses random tables pretty frequently. But I also think he has a good enough sense of dramatic timing that he's probably plucking like individuals off occasionally rather than rolling. 69 minutes ago. Yeah. Hey, now you got more to catch up on. I'd love for there to be a spell that's transport via plants. I want to get into your transportation via pants. Oh my goodness. But yeah. So it's an interesting, and there's a lot of spells that are kind of like that. Like Magnificent Mansion, and that have this conversation, like transportation via plants, that you have to, on an ongoing basis, balance as a DM, because you want them to be valuable, but not too valuable. It's tough.
Being exhausted.
That's it. You put her back to sleep. Well, you go back to bed then.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine.
What?
Can we make things look fancy around here so when they all come back, we look like we're ready to talk to them?
I slowly crawl out. I pull out a
Can we make
piece
it
of
look
parchment.
really pretty?
Sure. I mean, I'm asleep right now, but when I wake up.
Oh.
yeah.
And I write, "Hello, fairies. We're napping." And I put it on the tree above us. Go back to sleep.
You're just letting Whitey go back to sleep.
And also, I'm not ignoring chats, but I am also trying to get better at not engaging, especially not reopening conversations after I've stopped them. So that's not to say don't chat about it. Very much please do chat about it. Hey, it boosts engagement. It boosts metrics. But if I ignore your chat, that is not because I don't have something to say, and it's not because I didn't see it. Sometimes I am just ignoring chats to help with pacing. I feel really bad about it, but I need to get better at it. I think it's important.
That's disturb.
Whitey.
Yeah.
Aren't they called wishers?
You call him Whitey? That's a good nickname.
Yeah, I think it's apt. Fuck it. I go back to bed. I spoon Keyleth and fall asleep.
All right.
Oh.
Oh.
I'll allow it.
I actually go back to sleep, dude.
What in the fuck is going on here? How is this happening?
Next. You're the only one awake.
All right, fine. My watch. I'll get up.
I'm gonna sit up and
I sit up and take the watch.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna put out the little gold tea set, and I'm gonna act like we're welcoming them to tea whenever they show up.
Gross.
I will.
Everywhere.
I will take the watch and I will make some tea. Tea set.
The cups are bigger than they are.
Then they can share.
They're like, oh, you made drowning pots for us all. How lovely. It's gonna be a threat.
I never did actually find out what this tea set does.
Well, we're about to find out then, aren't we?
Oh, you know what? And I take out my old wooden music box that I discovered. And,
Yes, pull out all of your cursed items, yes.
And I wind it up and make some pretty music.
Okay.
Like a crazy grandma in the woods.
I am joining you for this ridiculous tea
I
party.
like it. Thank you.
All right.
Don't drink out of the teacups because I really think that's cursed.
For my
Seriously,
grandchildren
Kirsty,
to
I
arrive.
know it's appealing to you, but don't get cursed again. All right.
All right. So, you guys prepare your tea. You set your music box. A couple more hours pass. The rest of you kind of coming to a semblance of a restful sleep. The only ones who didn't get restful sleep on this would be Vex and Percy.
I specifically did not join those conversations.
You barely got in there.
All right.
So
I
you don't
know.
get your spells back. unfortunately. Scalen, you reduce your exhaustion by 1 point.
Oh, I got sleep?
You did, yes.
Yay!
So you're down to only 1 point, which means your speed is no longer half.
Oh,
Take
I
a
had
break.
2 points of exhaustion.
Looking good though.
But
I thought it was just fun.
No, yeah, you got two. Thank God. Starting to break it down. Okay, break reminder. Let's take a quick break. Hey, we got a little bit into CR. We got everything, all of the housekeeping and everything out of the way. Didn't they find the tea set in Krieg's house? Yeah, they did. They did indeed. And one of my way back theories was that each cursed item, assuming that all those items were cursed, was related to one member of the Chroma Conclave each. And yeah, we still have no idea what they do. So that's fun. Hey, I love just setting out your cursed items. Let the pixies fuck with them, yeah. But I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we will get back into it. See you in a second. What's up? Hello. How are we doing? You see the fairies flying to your camp. They are carrying a wedge of cheese. This is the Craven wedge. All right. It's gonna be that type of stream. We're in that type of mindset. I'm into it. I can get there. I will say I think I'm in a similar type of mindset. Paige just messaged me and a friend and said thoughts on New Year's, and I said really terrible time for beach volleyball unless you're in Australia. So I think we're on the same wavelength today.
You wanted to keep reading.
Hair is shiny, eyes are bright.
your charisma's up by 2, which means that's already you already did it. Okay.
Right. At this point, towards the end of this watch here, you see as a cluster of 7.
I don't get it. Paige was asking thoughts on like plans for New Year's. We were potentially considering going out of town, having people come into town to stay with us. And when she said thoughts, I said that it's a bad time for beach volleyball because it's the winter, and you don't want to be on the beach playing volleyball in the winter. For the New Year in Brazil, we go to the beach. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said Australia. Really just Southern Hemisphere. But I guess this is very Northern Hemisphere-centric joke. Yeah, kind of an anti-joke a bit. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm in a weird headspace this morning.
Lights now start swarming in your direction.
Oh, good.
Are we awake?
No,
At this point?
You're starting to come to as Vex begins to kind of nudge you guys to consciousness.
Spells back.
You do. You get spells back.
Hey,
What?
Scallon,
Oi.
sing a happy tune about how much we love fairies.
Oh, sure. I love singing happy tunes. About fairies?
Yeah, like how pretty they are and stuff.
How about I just sing a happy tune?
Sounds good too.
I'll sing a song about myself. The best kind of songs. Cube, glorious cube. You really should try it. If you're in the mood, I won't even hide it. I'll pull down my trousers for any gal or dude. Oh, cube, glorious cube, wonderful cube, magical cube.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
The sounds of your voice, accompanied by the music box playing through the air, as the Wisher Pixies arrive. At least this troop of them come rushing up. You see they're all behind one that appears to have, well, all of them have kind of a slight white with a hint of pinkish glow. There was one that has a deeper purple kind of halo around it. And as they all approach, they stop and the purple one goes up to the paper that was left on the tree.
So, enjoy your nap.
I wasn't quite rested, but it was lovely here.
There is tea. Would you like some tea?
We might have straws.
I am tempted to fashion a couple of my little, the thing that I use to pour my molds into just a little sippy cups that can be shared.
All right.
That's so
We've been
cute.
trying to prepare for your coming.
Hello.
Unfortunately, we don't have very much to make it appropriate.
We are aware we need to have a conversation. Good morning.
Yes, we do.
And the other pixies kind of flutter down to the ground. She flutters down as well. They approach the tea set, kind of.
I say good morning to them in Sylvan.
Ooh la la.
They all kind of look over. And they give like a slight little curtsy bow. You can now have a closer look at them. They're all various kind of lithe young men and women with little, looks like leaf-based or vine-based bits of attire. The one that has the purplish halo is an older one. The whiter hair that's kind of little wild around the face. You can see the wings themselves look a little more tattered and worn. She's probably the respected elder of the troop that's there. As they all kind of step forward, she inspects the tea set and looks up.
So,
I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. You see, we were trying to pass through these woods, and we ran into a band of very big, very mean-looking wolves.
All the pixies at once go. They pull back, and the purple one says,
you ran into them.
We did,
Not only did we run into them, but they forced us against our will to attempt to do you harm.
Which, of course, we didn't want to do.
So we thought we would just sort of trick them.
The pixies now at this point are now darting around to each of you. You all now each have a pixie hovering right in front of you, like quickly inspecting your bodies.
Hello.
So,
yes.
you see now the essential one, the purple is like. now
We're on a
the hair
mission.
is backing up.
We're on a mission.
They didn't bite any of us
No,
or get
no.
any of us.
There
We're
was
not
no
infected.
altercation.
They all kind of look around, see the pixies all kind of turn back, looking okay. And one of them, by Grog, turns and goes,
He's been wounded.
Oh, no.
pointing at his head, and
His cut?
Oh, that was him.
That was.
I cut his eyebrow, and then he fucked himself by trying to smash through the barrier that I assume you created.
Yeah,
at the
don't
end
go
of the
through that wall. Bidet.
We're on a mission, though.
A great mission.
If we are to continue this conversation,
Yes.
we need comfort.
Okay.
He is disquieting.
No.
Allow us.
Wait, what are you going to do?
No, it's cool. Please, do as you will.
What are we talking about?
Let them feel at ease. Go ahead.
and the older one kind of just glances over at you. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no!
Natural one.
As you grin, you watch as his flesh goes an even duller gray color as his entire body.
No.
is
It's all right.
Stone.
Is that temporary? Is that going to last?
No. Let us have a conversation.
Okay.
So, you've encountered these beasts.
Yes.
Yes.
And they instructed us to kill you.
No, not to kill
They
them.
wanted us to hurt you, to
hurt
destroy
you.
your circle of stones.
They sent you to come and kill us and destroy our home.
Not to harm you.
Misspoke, not to destroy this circle.
You speak in many words that do not meet as one thought or theory.
Well, you're a bit intimidating.
As the very tiny pixies all kind of look at each other and look at you large folk, and there's a little chuckle under their breath. The older one goes,
We are wise enough to not judge a man or woman by their size, good sir.
We didn't want to harm you, so we thought if we just made it look to those silly, dumb lichens like we hurt you. By throwing paper balls, if you will.
Stop antagonizing the Grog statue.
I did just a simple visual spell, and we tried to move on as to not get involved.
We did everything in our power to protect you and to not harm you. If our druid's spellcasting.
We'll obviously see how it ends up turning out, but this is a very decent example of the sort of trust that it seems like they all have at the table of Travis obviously not only like being good sport and like playing into it, but like I'm sure that Travis knew this was a possibility, just like it seems like the rest of the table did. He was not, I don't think, like unaware that this might happen, but I also think, maybe not even consciously, but to some level, he had the confidence that if this was the thing that paralyzed him, like, let me put it this way. I think he had confidence that Matt wasn't going to finger of death him or power word kill him. He would do something that might seem a lot, but would be ultimately reversible, like stone shape, or not stone shape. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the spell is, but turning people to stone is very reversible in D&D. Even without the consent of the spellcaster that did the first turning into stone. So to me, it is ultimately indicative, and it is playing out the flesh to stone. Thank you. That like Travis trusted that whatever Matt did, it might seem extreme, but that it was ultimately going to be fine. Matt wasn't going to kill Grog based off him, like, one interaction. And maybe this will teach Grog to be more cautious in the future. Maybe it won't. Who knows? But I think that they have that level of trust with each other, which is good. And separated from that, one of the ways that you build that trust is by not reacting too harshly to like one mistake. A very broad heuristic. This is not a rule. This is not something that is hard and fast. But in my brain, generally, if a character is going to die, especially out of combat, it should probably be due to at least 3 mistakes, 2 of which the character themselves was personally involved in. Now, whether or not it was like a group decision where they supported the side of the decision that was a mistake, what have you. That is my very, very general heuristic. You want it to seem very preventable after the fact if they had just made different decisions. You don't want them to feel like, oh, I made one mistake and now I'm dead. That's that sort of thing encourages a lot of paranoia. So I think one of the ways that you get these sorts of fun interactions, you build that level of trust, is by when they do make a mistake, yeah, you give them a negative consequence, but you're not fucking killing them off of one mistake. My thumb would be dying by now. I've done, when I watch Survivor, there's a very classic challenge that they do, which is you hold your hand over your head, and if you let your hand down, it dunks a thing of water and you lose the challenge. I have done that challenge along with them. I think I eventually gave out after like 45 minutes. But I think if I was on the hook for $1 million, I would be much more motivated. It's been around 45 episodes since you called Travis Willingham a national treasure. He is! Look, just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't feel it. Just because I don't verbalize my love for Travis doesn't mean it's gone away. He's still absolutely national treasure, Travis Willingham. Don't you worry. I think he kind of wanted it to happen because it was going to be funny. I agree. And it's only funny if it's reversible. Like, imagine this. I don't think he would have been willing to commit to it because it wouldn't have been funny if he'd been stuck like that forever. You know what I'm saying? If he has to like fucking roll up a new character, it's not funny anymore. So I agree with you. I think to me, it goes back to that trust of he knew that Matt's not going to hard fuck him here. And so he can be much more willing to play into it and to play into the comedy of it. When the other fairies moved in, the other players started to interject for Grog, and Travis said, no, no, no. Yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely. Which, like, you could see that being, like, a player thing or a character thing. I think either way it works. But yeah. I wonder what Matt will make of the Fey rule of hospitality thing, how they are very sensitive of rudeness. I have no idea. The Fey are, like... The Fey don't have, like, one consistent canon. So that's why, like, I started taking notes on how the Pixies will be characterized. Because, like, there are some consistent factors. But I would say the main consistency is their inconsistency. And so, even if you know something about the Fae, you can't exactly take that to the bank when coming in and meeting these factions. You might think you know about Pixies. Like we've been talking about, you know, oh, Pixies, evil, blah, blah, blah. We don't know that Matt's Pixies are evil. They just might straight up not be. There might be no reasoning given for it. They might just not be evil. And so it's something that we definitely need to see and see how it all works together. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Matt's going off the beaten path, why is he doing that? And what sort of effect does it end up having on the way that we perceive the Pixies? Yeah. Have you already watched the animated show? I have not. Also, what's up, Ivo? I'm waiting until the end of C1. So, like, I want to finish the entire live show before I watch Lovum. But yeah. Travis's great qualities are a bit more subtle than some of the other characters. Oh yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. It's just that VM are sort of hosting and the Pixies are acting quite rude themselves. Well, you could also consider if the there's a consideration here. I'm getting into my GM brain on this, you know. If the Pixies consider themselves the rulers of the Moonbrush, which maybe they do, maybe they don't. We haven't really seen yet. Then they could consider themselves to be hosting Vox Machina. And so the way that Vox Machina is interacting is only polite. And the Pixies themselves are the hosts, so they can treat Vox Machina like this. It's totally fine. There's layers to it. Who knows? Yeah. There are so many ways to depict Fae rules between DMs could be wildly different. I think in world Fae should have pretty hard rules. I agree that Fae should have hard rules. But even like the housekeeping rule that we just talked about, rules and their interpretations can go a long way towards characterization. It's one of the reasons that you've seen so many issues with this is a bit kind of a tangent, but like DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations within crypto. They are kind of the definitional implementation of like code is law, right? That whole phrase. And they are organizations with these incredibly hard-coded rules The problem that I think is kind of borne out and why you don't really hear about them much anymore outside of like really, really niche crypto circles is because having super hard rules is not only not always desirable, but when a rule is interpreted differently, having it be totally unchangeable is not great. If you want it to be like a productive and, moral organization. Now, I think it's cool for the Fae to have that kind of like those hard rule sets that can be interpreted in multiple ways because it's an interesting narrative device and it drives some conflict. But at the end of the day, you can interpret them differently. Like, what is a house for the purposes of the hosting rule? It's up to not only DM interpretation, but player interpretation, whatever. And you can make this even more interesting by taking it in a sort of I've been reading a lot about Theros lore recently. And taking it in that direction where on Theros, the gods are purely Gestalt beings almost. So the gods exist because the people believe that the gods exist, and they look how they look because of how the people believe that they would look. So you can even have the Fey rules follow that sort of logic, where the housekeeping rule might change depending on the observer and what they consider to be the house. Everyone is Kuatoa. Yeah. You can totally take Fey rules in the Kuatoa direction of what is an agreement. Agreements themselves, contracts, deals have very hard rules. But what is a deal could have some flexibility, and that flexibility can go further to drive conflict and drama.
Frightened you. We apologize, but we didn't know what else to do.
And we have a bog to destroy.
Yes, we're on a very important mission, and we just thought it might be the quickest way to complete.
It's a cancerous tree that we have been sent to destroy.
Honestly, we're scared of both you and the Lycan, and we just want to pass through. We want no harm for you, and unfortunately them either. We just want to walk on out of here.
This is not our fight, you
With
see.
him.
The older one is kind of glancing about, and a couple of the pixies kind of drop next to her and kind of whisper in her ear, and her eyes are still starting amongst them.
Can I understand what they're saying? Can I try and
Read?
No, they're very, very small. They're very distant.
Damn, okay.
You have no semblance of.
It's really, really off-putting.
They definitely. It's impressive. The two pixies separate. The elder one kind of crosses her fingers.
You are those who would deal with such miscreants and foul entities as those woven kin. So much is to give our little hearts a possible scare of death to our homes.
The thing that's tough for me, honestly, I'm not gonna hold it. Mostly because it hurts my cheeks. I don't like holding the smile for that long. I don't know if you guys ever notice me like do this mid-stream. But like when I'm streaming and I'm trying to like emote during the silent times, my fucking cheeks are hurting by the end of stream, and my like forehead muscles, my like eyebrows, very mobile eyebrows. So I'm not gonna do it just because it's gonna make me worse towards the end.
In an attempt to escape without but a conversation, this puts us at unease.
But we
do
didn't-
not like being at unease.
Understandable, but we weren't trying to deal with them. In fact, we made no deal with them.
So
we told them we wouldn't make a deal until we spoke with you, but we were
did not
scared.
speak
We
with
were too
us.
scared.
They were trying to exploit our abilities. We were being held against our will. We were threatened with life or death. There was
seen that.
nothing personal.
Their leader is massive. We were scared. This one wet his leg, and he's gigantic. We just didn't know what to do.
He was so
She
scared.
puts her hands up.
Very well. Mistakes are made, and punishments are doled out.
Oh.
So, we shall return to our village. We shall lower the barrier to you. And all shall be fine.
And our Greystone friend?
He is your punishment for your infraction.
Oh,
But we've learned our lessons, and you may go upon.
No, that's see, that doesn't see. That's
How can we buy his freedom?
Oh, I
what
gotta
can we
kill
do?
her.
We've got a tea set. We've got a.
How can we buy his freedom?
There's no freedom to be bought. In these worlds, words and actions speak volumes, and you've crossed our people. Right now, we could take you all as new entries to our garden. We took but one. Be thankful you got off quite as easy. So, the Wisher set you free.
Thanks, Wisher.
it's okay. I can fix it.
What? What do you mean?
My greater restoration, right?
Maybe.
I mean, no. She left, right? That
I'm
wasn't
still
in front of her. No, I didn't say that to her.
Okay. Just,
Very well. Good luck on your endeavor.
and now the rest of the pixies gather up around Grog's body, and you watch as they all kind of glow, and his stone form, as heavy as it should be, suddenly becomes.
Wait, no, we need that.
Oh, they're taking him. I cast Earthbind on Grog.
Earthbind?
Yeah, it should ground him.
It does. He and slams into the ground with all the weight of a falling stone Goliath into the dirt. At which point the pixies immediately cough and turn around.
You would cast incantations towards us.
No, I cast it to my friend who is about 12 foot tall and a giant target. Come on, don't make stories up where there aren't any.
Stories nothing.
What?
He...
You fairies are manifesting these ideas, okay? You are creating a dichotomy that does not exist.
They all gather and begin to whisper to each other, their heads darting
Oh,
around.
see, look, they're doing it right now.
At this point,
Look.
This displays enough. Your words and your actions speak in different, and entirely opposing directions. If you are to continue to throw these words, these deceptions, these lies in our direction, then perhaps we'll take you all for our garden.
I wouldn't advise that. I think that's a very poor idea.
Let us take him, and you move on with your lesson.
and the pixies go and pick him up once more.
Wouldn't you rather have a song? Wouldn't you rather have, something? How often do you get a performance?
Drifting away with.
I cast Hex on the main pixie.
You do.
I do.
That's it. It's on. I call out to the main pixie. Wait. What's your name?
At this point, you guys watch as the shadow all of a sudden darts up from the ground and clings around the pixie. She whips around, at which point you now hear another as the stone Grog slams into the ground, all the pixies scattering around.
See, that is what it looks like when an incantation is targeted at you.
It's not very nice, is it?
You now watch as all of the various, very, very gently falling fairy lights begin to and be absorbed by the pixies of the forest. As their glows intensify, the purple halo growing, and you see the central elder figure of the Wisher Pixies say,
Well, at least our allegiances now lie bare.
I need you all to roll initiative.
You quickly.
It's one action. It's one fucking action. I just looked it up for that reason. That's not good. That's not a good initiative at all.
Natural 20.
There's there's something so interesting about the about the not comparison. I don't know what to call it. There's something so interesting about comparing Keyleth and Percy, because out of like this side of the I always call Grog the button pusher, but it's because a lot of times he gets. I think that both Grog and Travis get bored, and so I think that's part of that. Whereas Keyleth and Percy are both willing to take drastic steps that might really alter the situation, I think more often than these three. I think these three are much more often want to take little baby steps, little tentative steps. They want to make a plan. Whereas these two are much more willing to just kind of go at it. Keyleth often wants to facilitate more talking time. Like I rarely see her or consider her the button pusher, except in situations like this. Everyone was kind of uncertain of what to do, and then she throws in the Earthbind. and it delays things. You know, it prolongs the conversation. And it's an interesting, it's something that I haven't seen like Matt do in a while, that you do need to throw in occasionally, of enemies that won't stay and talk. They are going to leave unless you do something to stop them that is not just words. And that is one of the areas that I think that Keyleth is very willing to do that, where these three kind of freeze up sometimes. And then Percy is very willing to make decisions without consulting the party. And in this case, that's what they needed. They would have continued deliberating for a while. Someone needed to make a decision about what was going to happen with these pixies. Were they going to take Grog or were they not? And Percy's the one that, when the chips are really down and time is of the essence, he can make those choices. So it's a very, I can't remember the last time I saw it kind of like back to back like this, of their two kind of button pusher tendencies, and these three more getting a little bit trapped within their own planning. Yeah. Interesting. The Stonehead breaks off the Grog statue and he is no more. Yeah, combat time. They were on the side of the pixies until they decided to take Grog. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that them taking Grog is an interesting escalation, especially when the pixies let them out. It's a very interesting escalation because it obviously could lead to combat right now. It could lead to combat back in the Pixie Grove. They could have gone and talked to the werewolves. They could have just gone in and tried to steal the Grog statue or sneak in, transform him, and then run. There's a lot of different ways this could have gone that were definitely like nowhere near, oh, Grog is just dead. So I think it's a very reasonable way to kind of escalate the situation, yeah. On a little break, he's right back at it. Lol. Keyleth and Percy have a lot more in common than one might initially think. They're both quasi, but not really leaders. In the world at large, not meaning in the party. Yeah, I agree. I mean, they even both, to an extent, speaking of the SGM video, the why did Keyleth get so much hate? They are both very, they even have quasi-similar backstories in terms of, like, the pressure that they feel, the desire to make their mark, and them debating how to go about doing that responsibly. They even can have some similar times where they're a little bit hard on themselves compared to the rest of the party. Percy has much more consigned himself to the pit, and he wants to take on negative things for the party. He kind of wants to be the lightning rod for negative morality for the party. He'll take on the things that he doesn't want the other players to get their hands dirty with, whereas Keyleth wants to make the party largely better and largely avoid lightning in the first place. And so I think that they have this really distinct kinship apart from the rest of the party, because in comparison to the rest of the party, their motives, I think, are more often aligned in a much more like one-to-one sort of way than anyone else in the party. I think they are most often in, like, motivational agreement compared to everyone else, where they want to see the party be better and be good and make a good impact. They just have very differing methodology most of the time, which is very, very interesting. I was kind of on the lookout for it. This episode, after Mike didn't draw too big of a comparison between them, but he drew a little one, and it kind of got me thinking. I was like, man, they do kind of have an interesting relationship. And so I was a little bit out on the look for it this time, and by God, it presented itself immediately. What up, Sue? How you doing? They're also the youngest members. Yeah. The Sin Eater, a bit. Yeah, I think that is one way that you could classify Percy, is he will bear the sins for Vox Machina. Yeah. Vax is the emotional leader. Percy is the diplomatic leader. I think they both have leadership tendencies. I think that I consider Vax, and maybe to a lesser extent at this point, Vex, to be the more like true, like what I would call leaders. But they both have trouble with in the moment leadership. They are much more like much more like almost moderator type leadership, where they hear all the arguments and they direct the party towards what they view as the correct one. Whereas these two are much more kind of instinctual, in-the-moment leaders of like, when we can't plan, when we can't have a discussion about it, what are we going to do? I think they more often, and Grog also, they much more lead the party. But Grog just kind of does things. He doesn't really present leadership within in-the-moment things. He just breaks them out of debate. Whereas these two, I think, provide in-the-moment leadership when a really important decision has to be made. Or at least Keyleth allows more opportunity a lot of times for decisions to be made in ways that don't or that escalate the situation the least. Percy decided he's unworthy and gave it to his sister so that he could stay broken. Yeah. Keyleth decided she's unworthy and is trying to become worthy still. I totally agree. I absolutely agree. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it, yeah. SGM has an interesting view on the upcoming combat. Curious what you will think about it. I'm curious. Let's see. We'll see. Yeah. In-party leadership really comes down to the situation. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe I should just say, I think more broadly, they are making the in-the-moment decisions, I think, more often than a lot of the other group. Yeah. Where is Scanlan in the leadership scale? It's tough. I think that Scanlan is he's a weird character because he has changed so much. And even now is still kind of in the process of changing, so it's kind of difficult to even gauge him. Right now, I think about him in terms of someone that has very little real motivations. So, like, we just talked about, like, Percy and Keyleth's motivations of, like, making herself and the party at large worthy, of eating the bad things, of facilitating greatness for the rest of the party, but not necessarily for himself. They are both relatively aligned in their motivations. Generally, they want the party to be great. They want the party to achieve greatness. And I think, to an extent, a bit of moral superiority over their, not interlocutors, but their adversaries, right? They both, I think, truly have the desire for the party to take the high road when it comes to comparing themselves to their adversaries. But Percy has decided that he won't take the high road. He's going to take the low road so that the rest of the party can take the high road. But they're relatively aligned. Scanlan, I think the trouble evaluating him in my head is that it's kind of unclear at any given moment to me what Scanlan's motivating factors are. They seem to largely be keeping the party alive. And that's not a super hard thing to do. So he often doesn't really jump in. Like, he doesn't really provide in the moment leadership a lot of times, I would say, because in his view, he doesn't need to. Like, he doesn't need to provide in the moment leadership because, like, whatever they do, we'll figure it out. I think he just has a lot of trust and a lot of faith that kind of the in-the-moment decisions don't particularly matter. They would matter to someone who had a broader philosophy and a broader motivational sense to them. They would absolutely matter. But to him, I think they often just kind of don't. He's willing to facilitate whatever plans his friends present to him. So there's kind of a lack of need for leadership from his perspective. But also, take all that with a big grain of salt. I think his character is changing all the time, so that might be different fucking one episode from now. It's hard to tell. Yeah. Percy is probably the emergency no time to plan leader. Yeah. Percy considers himself the scapegoat in the original religious connotation. Yes, absolutely. In the original, yes, absolutely. It's an amazingly good example. Yeah, the scapegoat was meant to be a sin sponge for everyone that participated. Yes, I think he absolutely considers himself that. How much of the Keyleth SGM video did you watch that you provide voiceover for? If it was the whole video, weren't you scared about spoilers? Just curious. SGM, especially for videos that I participate in, he normally warns me about spoilers. So I broadly don't watch Mike CR content, but he specifically told me, hey, don't worry too much about spoilers. If there's anything that was mentioned, like the thing that I did voiceover for, ostensibly references an event, but literally when he gave me the script to read, he was like, don't worry about spoilers here. I unironically don't know what the commenter is talking about. So whether or not Mike is somewhat fibbing to me so that I just think that there are no spoilers and therefore I don't consider them, or if he's, being real and there truly aren't spoilers, either way, the end effect is the same for me. So I don't worry about it. And if there's anything that I think feels like a reference, I just don't think about it. I just don't think about it too much. But I very, very rarely just watch SGM CR content like out of the blue. What about Pike is a question I wish I could ask with a straight face. I mean, don't we all? Don't we all? I can't. That's the thing I'm most psyched for Legend of Vox Machina is being able to see Pike as a real character. I think Scanlan is almost non-existent when it comes to decision leadership. He often functions as a support style leader for others. Yeah, he normally throws his weight behind someone else's decision or plan, and it almost exclusively, to me at least, seems pragmatic. But again, it's kind of changed, so it's hard to tell. I think what is Scanlan's motivation for being in the party does eventually get answered, but I'll say right now, I'm not even sure Sam knows. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is I believe, at this point, I believe that it might someday come, but he's changed so much that it's hard to say. Yeah. Sin sponge is an amazing term. Yeah. Yeah. I think Scanlan has a moral compass, which only sometimes emerges. He has had strong stances in debates, maybe a few. It'd be interesting to go back and see if there was a common thread in those. It would be interesting, because I can kind of remember what you're talking about. I can theoretically remember him having strong stances, but yeah, I can't recall it. I can't recall any sort of common thread in the same way that I can see kind of a through line for other characters. Yeah.
I don't know what I can do
Let's
with
do
that.
combat.
I'm notoriously real terrible.
How many are there?
A gajillion?
Are
they going to form like a
Voltron?
Voltron?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, yeah.
I feel like it'd be easier to hit if it was a giant Voltron.
What's the best check?
Oh, that angle is not going to be kind of those trees.
What's the best check to give him?
There he goes.
Oh no. What do you mean?
That's one down.
Disadvantage on it.
Oh, no, anyway.
Yeah, so
well,
wisdom or
like he
intelligence?
has disadvantage on.
The werewolves were honorable. These guys are assholes.
Yeah, I know.
I feel
These
better
guys
about
are
killing
dicks. Me too, they're dicks.
Yeah.
You're gonna take rocks.
You're trying to take
We need
rock.
Huddle and
Fucking
poison
assholes.
spray.
Yeah.
I feel like we were very,
We did the best we could.
reasonable considering how unreasonable we normally
We were
are.
put in between a rock and a hard place.
Exactly.
And a hard rock.
And we had no choice. Really, it was a bad situation.
Let's see what's behind Trinket.
You needed to see blood, man. Just needed blood.
Percival. Grog is on the ground. Oh, he is on the ground.
Yes, he is.
He's stoned.
And there's
I'm stoned.
there. There.
You know, if Grog is permanently corrupted, we know that we can download a fresh one from backblaze.com.
Beautiful. Yeah. That was too good.
Just couldn't let it go. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't let it go.
Oh,
Couldn't let it go.
Alrighty.
So
So
it was not my fault this time. It was a mild combination. I might have
We should have fought the fucking werewolves.
Yeah, we should have, but we didn't because we're idiots.
Nice
Alright,
guys.
so initiative order, guys. We have 25 to 20.
27.
27 as well, with a natural 20.
21 for me.
Ooh.
We are some fast motherfuckers. So
I
are
got,
they.
I got sleep.
All right. 20 to 15.
These fairies are so spread out. I thought they would all be together since they fucking.
As soon as they dropped in, they fanned out after the
Asshole.
We were trying really hard not to shoot first.
15 to 10.
13.
10 to 5. And Grog is stoned. Sorry, buddy.
That's a 0.
Alrighty.
First, bud. Come over you first.
Alrighty. Top of the round. Percy and Vex, you're up first.
Where's the one that I hexed?
One that you hexed, which actually I'll mark here. Looking overhead, you can see is the one with the brighter kind of vibrant glow right there. That is currently the one. So marking that as a hex right there. There you go.
Okay, so this combat is basically open combat, but not yeah, but there's some cover interspersed. So it seems like there's kind of I'm gonna take a picture of it so that I can do this while while it continues to play. Zoop. All right.
They're really hard to hit because they're small.
Okay, I'm gonna probably.
They're gonna be hard to
I'm
hit
gonna move
because
over to my left.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, a little bit more. I want to line them up in a cone, so if I can get as many in a cone as I can.
Okay. Do we have the cone templates? Not by me right now.
It's a 60-foot cone there that I have.
It's a big cone.
It's a big cone.
Very big cone. Oh, what
How about just a comb? Do we have
And
a comb?
do we have a comb? I want to cast Hunter's Mark on the shiny one that he hexed as well.
I'm just marking that one as well.
Double. They're weak, you guys.
dead here.
Milk jug rings, take them out.
Thank you, Sal. Appreciate that. So, 60-foot cone.
60-foot cone.
You can get 4 of them in
Where
there.
they're, it's where they're.
That gets
No, see,
the
we can-
Mama Jamba?
does.
Okay, good. That's what I want.
What we don't want to do
Alrighty,
is
so-
spread out too much and get fucked.
Just to spread out the problem is what if they hit us with.
Can you do that? What can
Actually,
you
this
do?
is
Conjure Barrage.
Conjure Barrage. Alrighty. So, this is each creature making a dexterity saving throw.
Yes.
Alrighty. So,
It's a 15 for me.
that's a success. 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 18, 19, 19, and 16. All succeed.
So they take half. The 38 take like halved.
Half damage. Roll damage half. Grogstone form takes full damage.
Oh,
I was there.
sorry. 15 halved.
Okay.
And then plus Hunter's Mark damage on the.
On the one. So go ahead and roll that one.
I got 3 on that.
Okay.
Don't forget to trim
Total
it.
10 damage to that
I
one.
did a bonus. Oh, that's one action, isn't it?
Is it an action? It's an
I
action.
think casting
action
the spell is,
happens,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
so I can't use Trinket yet, because I already did something.
Right.
Okay.
Alrighty, so as everyone gathers up, immediately as the fight begins, you can see as Vex goes ahead and puts a hunter's mark on the purple glowing one of the pixies, and then pulls out an arrow, releases it, and it scatters into a blast of various shards of sharpened wood, metal, and stone that goes just shooting into nearby trees. You can see the bark of the nearby tree trunks just being covered with various bits of ranger shrapnel, as most of the pixies try and avoid, but mostly blasted with some semblance of impact. That's going to turn. You want to move some more?
I want to duck behind that tree like it's going to do anything.
Okay.
How many points of damage was that?
That was to you, to your stone form. That was 15.
15.
Yes. From the blast of the impact, you can see parts of the stone get kind of roughed a little bit at certain points.
I can break.
It's great.
Statues can break. That's bad.
That's super bad.
I lost an arm that way.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Okay, that finished it. You want Trinket move at all?
Trinket runs and.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly always forest combats are tough, especially if you are not utilizing any sort of elevated terrain. Like if you have either priorly described this to be flat ground, or if you just don't think about elevation or hillocks, or I mean, I will say with all of that, easy ways to make forest more interesting are to use things like defilades. So defilade. I mean, a defilade is a very, 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 very generic word to raise as a rampart, so as to shelter interior work commanded at some higher point. Basically, things like this. So this kind of thing right here, this little minimum guy right here, this is kind of the defilating type feature. Much more, I think, much more naturally. You can think about them like trenches or ditches, like along the side of the road. So having some sort of like ditch running through this combat could go towards making it a little bit more interesting. Having some part of the terrain be like maybe this entire part be a little bit raised up, maybe just enough to where it provides some high ground bonuses to ranged attacks, that sort of thing. Having a much larger tree that you can't represent with, one of these little styrofoam guys. But like they're near their camp, and their camp is built into, by as far as Matt described it, a tree with roots that are so like large and raised, but like it seems like they've been eroded through, that they could like camp within the roots of this tree. That's a large ass tree, really distinct cover, and has its own little kind of interior pocket that could be interesting. Could be like interesting for like some half cover. But that said, there are kind of three generic kind of pockets that they're going to be fighting in. It's either like down here to the south, in here where they're kind of benefiting from these trees, or they could duck behind these trees, off to the side, and then in this little corner behind this tree that I think Vex just said that she was going to go duck behind, and then just the general area behind these trees. So we have something kind of like this, where there's the main party is here, and the main enemies are starting kind of over here, but it does seem like maybe some of them are more like over there, actually. So maybe a little bit over there, which is definitely interesting. And the reason that I don't have a line between these, I have them separated here, is because like if you have someone over here and they're trying to shoot someone over there, there's a ton of cover. So maybe you could call it something like this. I could maybe see that where there's or even like a purple line, even something like that, and kind of same thing with this right there. So there's definitely some terrain to play around. You can see within the map. And maybe if you want to fill up your graph a little bit, you can draw a line between those, but I want to avoid it. Yeah, it's fine. I think that there's maybe some ways to do it a little bit more interestingly, but it's at least got some generic pockets that you can move between to maybe provide some value. I have an actually on this part, but I'll wait until after the combat. Okay, all right, interesting. But yeah. Definitely not like a white room combat, but doesn't do anything particularly interesting, and I think really runs the risk of everything coalescing in this area because there's not enough reason to go to the other areas. I think that's my main worry when I look at this sort of configuration, is that travel between all of these nodes is incredibly free. Very, very free low. So there's not a huge reason for it to not devolve into a white room combat that's just very zoomed in on this. I guess besides taking cover, which we'll see if taking cover is enough of an incentive to use the different parts of the map. Yeah, we'll see. We'll very, very see. It would be fun if you looked at something like the Critical Role logo and turned it into a battle map, or at least the way you note down battle maps. Yeah, take like some like random real life objects. That's kind of the... It's not exactly the same, but that's like the general baseline of the GeoGuessr stream, which I loved. I will be doing a stream like that in the future. There are just some kinks I wanted to work out. We could do something like that. Yeah. How good is this symbol for battle? Yeah, that could be fun. I bet the Pixie Grove battle map would have been better. Well, yeah, and I mean, the Pixie Grove battle map, even like in my head, I can picture a better version pretty easily. So yeah, it's hard. You also like, I'm not going to be too harsh or go too hard on this because this is essentially the equivalent of like a random encounter, but it's a random battle map. These are the sorts of things that I try to prepare ahead of time and have floating. So I have like generic forest battle map that isn't assigned to any particular location, but like there's nothing about this battle map that like speaks Feywild, you know? This could have been anywhere. So this is a really good example when I talk about like floating maps or NPCs or what have you. This is exactly the sort of situation that I dip into my bag of floating maps to pick out one that I have developed beforehand that is interesting, but that I didn't tie to any particular location. So I can just like throw it in here. Really good magic trick. The players are like, what? You thought that we might get into combat here? And I'm like, oh yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure. It's a really fun idea. Yeah. What's up, Dragon? Welcome. Catch you on the VODs at work. It's great to be here live. Welcome. I'm glad to have you live. I wish I would have been able to put this out, or not would have been able to, but I wish I had put this out a little bit ahead of time so that more people could have been here. But yeah, glad to have you. I think this is kind of interesting, actually. Matt has probably is probably constrained by the physical props he has. To an extent, yeah. It depends on how... it really depends. I have a love-hate relationship with physical props because they can go towards really constraining you. Like, the idea of putting, like, a ditch into here feels weird. But I think that the base that he has is whiteboard paper. Like, if I recognize it, I think it's dry erase. So you could draw it onto there, but now you have this distinction between the props, which feel more real, versus the features that you have added on to the whiteboard, which probably feel a little bit less real when compared to their physical prop counterparts. It's a big consideration, because even just that, no matter how theoretically nice your map is designed, that distinction is not something you can eliminate as a DM, unless you just buy a fuckload of terrain, which is expensive. So if you're ever going to have something, do you just dive into it only terrain and just never include things that you don't have terrain for? That's incredibly limiting. That's incredibly limiting to your map design. But you'll have everything being weighed equally, and I think that props do go a long way toward encouraging use of the terrain. Like, if this had just been drawn out, I don't know if Vex would have taken cover behind there. I would hazard a guess that seeing the real props does have an effect on how much people want to utilize terrain. But it can create this two-tiered system within your map, or it can incredibly constrain your maps. So it's a big catch-22 on whether or not you want to use those when you're in your physical spaces. And I think it ultimately comes down to style, how well you think you can do with your limited terrain sets. It's tough. It's a tough decision. It highlights this bit is made up, even though that doesn't make sense. You need a cohesive style. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. And even, I don't know if you necessarily need it, but it will definitely, like, I think it will really, like, do a hard, like, my whole, like, I think that, they'll utilize the terrain more because it's physical versus drawn. I don't know if that's the case, honestly. Those are my gut instincts. I am very certain that if you have some that are physical and some that are drawn, they will care about and utilize the ones that are physical more than the ones that are drawn. That distinction, I think, is pretty major. Now, you might just be okay with that. I don't know. It's tough. There's a convo Matt ends up having at one point about Theater of the Mind versus battle maps, which I'd love to bring up, but spoilers. Ooh, yeah, I'm curious. Once we get to the point where we can talk about that, I don't know if that's going to be years from now, but that I would be interested. Because I have so many thoughts on Theater of the Mind versus battle maps, but that's a whole rabbit hole we don't have time to get into. We got to go on a break. But yeah, Theater of the Mind can be quicker, but physical maps can inspire more amazing moments or tactical moments. I think they're much more visceral. They're much easier for a player to look at and intuitively understand how they're supposed to use it. I think it can be hard when we're trying to extrapolate a 3D environment from a 2D representation. It can be, our intuition can get lost on the way. Same thing with puzzles. I know that a friend of the channel, Ryan Immel, talks about how he likes physical puzzles because a player's intuitive puzzle-solving senses are activated a lot more on a physical prop puzzle as opposed to the representation of a puzzle in your mind. You're already having to use your imagination to imagine the thing. It is much harder to also use your imagination simultaneously to develop interesting things to do within that thing. So it's hard, it's tough, but it limits you a lot more if you take yourself out of that imagination. So it's, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. With that, we'll take a BRB and we will continue. See you in a second. What up? Hello. We're back. I've got an egg because I was a little hungry, and we're gonna get back into it. Boop.
And Dan's next to Keyleth.
All right. Got it. All right, cool. That brings us to Percy. Same time.
Taking a shot with retort at with a little pistol at the fucker I've marked.
Okay.
That's dear God Almighty, 16 to hit.
16 does not hit.
All right.
Just trying to shoot this tiny little glowing thing. It kind of just darts out of the way, and the bullet goes wide.
Shoot again.
It's terrible.
That's better. 25.
That does hit.
Okay. That's hello. Where am I? It has been way too long since I've done this. It's making me a little nervous. There we are. That's 5. That's 11 points of damage, piercing damage.
Okay.
And some necro, and that's with 3 points of necro in there.
In already. All right, cool. All right, so second attack. This time you do see as it moves out of the way, you compensate for it and fire. This time you see the purple glow kind of flicker as it takes an impact and kind of recaptures itself into its original position.
And I'm going to take one more shot at it with remind me if I can do this, a Deadeye with a sharpshooter.
Deadeye sharpshooter, you can do that.
All right, Deadeye sharpshooter. Thank God. This is just sucking. Oh my fucking God. I miss.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah.
No.
You don't fire. All right, so after the second shot hits, you go ahead and fire, trying to compensate a third time, but the pixie actually stays in position and your fire goes wide once more.
All right. And now I'm diving behind that tree, bottom right, heading that way. Yeah.
Cool. And it's your turn. The purple pixie leader, the mystic that you were mentioning before, now angrily comes fluttering forward as you both have vanished. Seeing this whole circumstance is going to, from this position, look towards you at the very front. Vax. Yeah. It's going to enter sighting under its breath.
Oh no.
I'll do counterspell at level 6.
Oh, snappercut.
You love me.
Alrighty. So that brings us to.
I'm gonna pause really quick to wash off the egg, because it still has like little bits of shell. But yeah, no, not raw egg, hard boiled. I hard boiled like 5 eggs before stream so that I would have enough to sustain me. All right. Yeah, no. Nothing nothing weird.
Spell, which is
Rolling so poorly.
Sorry. No.
Sorry, my kid's 11. Warrior days, my kid.
Yep. So as you cast your counterspell, because you mark off your 6th level spell, it finishes incantation. As it does, a bit of arcane energy sprays forth its fingertips and just dissipates around it.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh shit.
Out of camera view.
None of the cameras.
All right, Scanlan, you're up.
They're so far, and I don't know what they can do. Probably a lot. I'll step towards that tree in front of me, in front of the bear and the girl.
Of course you can get.
And that cluster of the pixies over there, I'll see if I can get 3 of them in a fireball.
Okay.
Nice.
Alrighty.
If I can, the leader and the ones closest to the leader, but I don't know if I'm within range.
Okay. Are you just using a single charge for it?
Oh yeah, I have lots of charges, don't I?
How many came back? You have to roll for the last couple times you've gotten before.
I haven't used them in a long time.
Yeah, that's true, actually. So,
I'll use 2.
so it's now a
4th level spell, right?
4th level fireball.
So it's 9d6.
Okay.
Range is 150
Amazing
feet.
wand.
The radius is 20 feet.
All right. As you pull out the wand and release it, one of the nearby pixies.
Oh my god.
No!
Assholes.
Wait, they can do that to a...
Sweet retribution.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
It's a spell?
Passive aggressive dungeon master.
I know.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's so sad. Oh.
So the wand once again sputters out as well.
Oh no!
Like a check type circumstance.
It's dead or just that, but it still might work after that.
Well, it might still work after that.
Okay.
That one use
That
of the
one
wand
use.
is.
Okay.
Okay, counterspell, you go.
I'll use the rest of my action if I can. Can I move anymore, or am I all moved
That's
up?
the end of your movement.
Okay, well then
So you're bonus
I'll inspire Keyleth. I'll turn to her and say, "It's been a hard phase night."
And this is an example, not of like, Matt being passive aggressive or whatever, not even of like how it actually feels or doesn't feel to get counterspelled. Not even going to go into any of that. I've had those conversations separately. But I think something I've never mentioned about why I don't like counterspell is that it prolongs the combat. It like is a guaranteed way to prolong the combat. And that is not, especially at higher levels where all PCs, but especially spellcasters, have so much more to think about and juggle, and so many more interesting decisions truly to make. I think that prolonging the combat is most often not a good thing. Because we've just like missed 2 turns because of his counterspell right into the pixie's counterspell. I feel like I mentioned it once in the Discord that it can break down the DM-player relationship and get players trying to keep info from the DM, which also just prolongs combat further. It's all like, yeah. I mean, there's a lot to be said on Counterspell that I've sort of said before, but I don't think that I've ever really hit on this. But yeah, a lot of aspects of it just result in longer combats. Which, like I said, I'd never ban it at my tables. I'd never consider it off the table to use as a DM. Like, it is a tool that exists within the world, and someone mentioned it during one of the 524 streams that it makes sense as like a logical thing to exist in the fiction, which I totally agree with. But in terms of practical usage and in terms of its meta effect on the narrative and on the pace of the session, I think that it has a negative effect on pacing, etc. So that's another layer to my issues with it. You can't counterspell on magic items since they usually don't require components. I honestly didn't know that, but it kind of wouldn't matter. Like, that's maybe that's a the case for this situation, but it would be the same as if he had tried to Big B's hand and gotten counterspelled, But I guess that's fair. That's an interesting note. Holding my tongue. Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I've had this conversation before, so I won't take too long with it. But yeah, it's another aspect that I don't love.
And you gotta unfreeze Grog. Face night, because we've been fighting like a dog.
Okay, I can do that.
All right, it's now the pixie's turn.
Oh, no.
Damn it, Bobby.
They're all super magic, super duper magic.
Actually, stay here. And it's going before it moves. Yeah, that's you with me. If I could have Keyleth, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
This is my bailiwick, yo.
You also have a...
Can I have an inspiration die? What's up? Ooh, I don't think I'm gonna need it though. 28.
28, yeah. No effect on you whatsoever.
Yeah.
The pixie then, give it a lift. Bro.
You have a lip, bro? Come at me, bro. Got the John Cena going on.
Let's see. This one over here. Seeing
John
after seeing you attempt to cast a spell scan, I need you to go and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Advantage against magic.
Warcaster?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm looking.
From
That's something.
Yeah, advantage versus magic on his saving throw.
From what though?
This conversation was. Bard shit.
No, Warcaster's advantage on concentration checks to maintain.
No, it's not working. It's something else. I guess
It is. I mean, like, it's on his sheet, which means he found it somewhere.
And it's typed. It's typed up. It's not written. It's
I probably
typed.
didn't get it anyway, actually. Both rolls were shitty, and I only rolled a total of 5 on the better one.
Oh,
God.
So as the pixie darts to the side, it mutters something underneath it and raises its hands up. Scanlan, all of a sudden your body shimmers for a second, and you guys watch as the already small gnome becomes even smaller.
I believe it's a gnome thing, if I'm correct. It's a 514 gnome thing. I honestly don't recall. But it is one of the reasons that I've started. It's a gnome thing. Okay. I've started doing this. I don't need to pull it up. But on D&D Beyond, I noticed after a while that it notes where you get things from. And I used to not do that. And I have started doing it for all my characters and like not requiring it. But like encouraging my players to do it as well, because it's basically like putting a fucking footnote on your claims in a paper so that you know where you got them from. It can, because especially if you're a spellcaster or if you're taking a bunch of feats, all of these things just pile up on your sheet, and if you don't have a note for where you got everything, it can be hard eventually to remember where it's all from, especially because things give similar but not the same features, and some things just give the same feature. So it's nice to know where you got it.
We're gonna die.
Now,
You're gonna die.
He's so smooth.
now a badger.
That's not bad.
If they continue to do this over here.
Oh god.
By the side of the tree.
That's right, they'll die more.
This one here.
Gnome cunning, man.
I tried to be
Gnome
diplomatic.
cunning.
Oh, that's right. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. And no cunning gives you
A lot
advantage.
of good it did you.
Why'd you do that?
Because I
Scanlan's back, man.
Yeah, but I thought we were all. Never mind. Thought we were all.
We would be getting our asses kicked by a group of werewolves right now.
People-
That is like,
people
we would not
were
be
preparing
fun.
tea.
There's no
You were
fun way
making
out of this.
tea. You were being cordial. I was trying to be disarming.
Doing his best.
Next time, everything died.
This is our punishment
Yeah,
for.
intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. That's how it works.
Trying to settle this amicably.
Their intelligence, wisdom, or charisma.
Yeah, that was wisdom. So,
So
yeah.
you're fine. You reversal, so like strength save, that doesn't help against any of those.
It's just saves against magic for those three
Those
things.
three.
Yeah.
That's all right, cool. This other one here, glancing over and seeing you there is going to go ahead and now look towards you and need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh god.
Advantage. Good. I got a 19.
19, you have advantage from...
Being a half elf. Oh, it's not charm, is it?
Charm.
Then the first one was shitty. 10 or 11 or something like around there.
You are a kitty cat.
No.
Keyleth,
fucking Muppet babies
to
right
get my
now.
second roll. I have luck left.
One luck.
Doing what? Am I still bringing grog?
So,
Okay, well, the second one was a
You are
17.
not saving grog at all.
Thousands of
Plus
badgers.
2
No, you're a
was
badger.
equal to 19.
all right.
I'm still
So
checking.
you're not a kitty cat, you're not a kitty
I
cat.
really
Okay,
would
well,
like to be a kitty cat.
What happened?
You got turned
Use
into a
this
I
cat.
asked if I could
Use
use one of my lucks instead.
Which is fine. So
So wait, he's not a kitty cat?
He's not a kitty cat. You're a badger.
In my
You're a
heart,
badger.
I am a kitty cat.
right behind there.
Lord.
Grog is stone.
Statuary.
I mean, there's worse things than being a kitten.
There are.
This one over here.
Okay. I'm a little nervous about this combat. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. With Grog already being stone, and is Percy a badger? Did I just hear that? Did I miss it? He's stone jaw. Lol. Is one of the other ones polymorphed as well, or was it just going to be Liam? I might have missed him being Percy potentially getting turned into something based on what they're saying now. But oh boy. Like someone is texting me and my ringer's on. Get that out of here. It's like I think it was a joke, but I'm not sure. Interesting. Yeah. As John said, so much crosstalk. Okay. This is one thing that I will point out, and it would be interesting to kind of note it further. Scanlan is a badger. I see. I would be really interesting to go back to some of the ones that I can remember in my head of times where, combatants get taken out of the combat. When you take a player out of the combat and they're not even meant to be doing something else, it's slightly different than splitting the party. Because with splitting the party, they're thinking about what they will be doing in the future, right? But in this case, he's essentially just been removed from combat until someone turns him back, as ostensibly Keyleth. And now Scanlan's out, and then Vax was gonna be out, and that was kind of where I was going with it, Thashel, is that it's a similar thing as possession, although I don't think that polymorph or turn to stone are as bad as possession, because the way to end them is not to actively hurt your friends, so it doesn't present as weird of a decision point. But in terms of the balance of the combat, it can have a similar effect where if you take like one person out, that's fine. That can be recovered from. It's interesting. Normally the things that can do that are very weak. But it's sort of the reverse of a summoner, right? Me and one of my friends that DMs were just talking about, she said that she had a combat planned for us that was the one she was most scared about, which was just a combat that was totally empty, that had a mud pit that would summon like one mud method every turn until we stopped it. And we were talking about that was the combat they were most nervous for. We didn't end up ever running it. We just didn't go to the right area. But adding or removing combatants changes the fundamental balance of the encounter, So you have to nerf whatever's on the benefiting side of that. But because they're like interacting in these opposite directions, it's very hard to really nail that balance. And the original reason that I paused is because I was like, yeah, this is a time to be soft on like, oh yeah, letting him use luck after the fact. I wouldn't have like totally negated the fucking rules. I'm not going to let him use his charm advantage where it doesn't apply, but it's a time to let him use luck, even if he should have declared it beforehand, because him getting polymorphed, half of the party not being in the combat, makes it exponentially harder on the remaining party members. It's very, yeah. I mean, one way to end polymorph is to hurt your friends. I mean, that's true, but it's not the only way. Let's put it that way. Unlike being possessed normally. So it's it's an interesting arena to play around in, and already if I'm Matt, talking about like, potential like fudging things, and how I said that I don't just consider like changing the numbers on dice fudging. If this combat has gone the way it's gone so far and I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh shit, I maybe need to lay off the polymorph. I maybe need to not polymorph them for a little while and just have the pixies maybe do some normal attacks. Because if the pixies were playing absolutely tactically, they would just roll polymorph over and over and over again until everyone is polymorphed and then all focus on one person. That is like optimal tactics. And frankly, if they're living in pixie society and they are actively warring and beefing with the werewolves, I can't imagine that this strategy would not have become apparent to them at this point. So I think it's reasonable in fiction for them to employ the most optimal strategy, and thereby, if they don't, I would consider that fudging. And to hit it home, I think that you should fudge here. Because if you play these pixies optimally, I think they will TPK. So I'm nervous. I'm a little nervous. We'll see. Want to avoid it. You want to avoid it. You got to avoid it because it's not a fun. Death spirals are rarely fun. This especially, I don't think would be fun. This is one of the things that so far Daggerheart has made really interesting. Number of combatants isn't nearly as important and can be used to scare your players more freely. Absolutely. That is one of the things that I'm considering running Daggerheart for a head-to-head that I might run, specifically because when you're normally in a head-to-head with one player as the DM, you have to nerf every combat so much more than you think you do for D&D. Whereas Daggerheart, I would still, have to play with a light touch, but it's not nearly as impactful that the player side only has one person as opposed to four. So I have legitimately, I think if you want to run with fewer players, if you want to run like a 1 or a 2 person, honestly, I think I will, from now on, always lean towards Daggerheart. I mean, we'll see. But I think I would that would be my default, and then I would evaluate from there. Not TPK. The pixies will just turn them to stone. They will then be rescued by a different adventuring party 20 years into the future under the iron fist of the triumphant Kurova Conclave. I mean, that'd be one result that could make sense. Funny thing, polymorph doesn't work on werewolves. Oh, are they immune to involuntary shapeshifting because of lycanthropy? That's very funny. So I guess maybe you could argue that they haven't come up with the ultimate strategy yet. I could hear that argument. But it still is. I would still call it a big risk. Anyways,
I'm going to go ahead and lean towards you, Keyleth. Make another wisdom save.
Already? Come on, come at me, bro.
Yeah, dude, they're baller.
No, it's cool. I got this.
Pixies.
We should open pixies from the beginning.
Big guy. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. For a 27.
27. No, that's wisdom saving throws. It's really frustrating. All right.
Wise as fuck.
I'm not a
That
kitty
ends
cat.
those turns there.
Woman.
All right. Now it comes to Vax.
Click go the boots. I'm going to run 12 squares and squat down just north of Grog.
You shit on me.
I'm not going to shit on you
There?
right now. No, I think I can make it all the way around the other side of Grog, and I'm going to dagger at Queen of the Pixies there.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay, go for it.
1, 2, 3. Okay, first is shit. Second is a natural 20.
Whoa.
Third is a 18.
Okay, second to hit.
All right. So the first one.
Putting the critical.
Yeah, but it's not an
Sneak attack, so it's not
fancy.
a big deal.
Right, that's the weakness of the rogue. It's not pyramid. There it is. So the first one, the critical is to big 11 for the first one on a critical, and the second one is, and I'll put poison on it as well, is 7 for the damage, and it's a DC of 15 for poison.
Poison. It does not succeed. It is.
That's 2d10. 9, 14 poison.
Nice.
Nice. All right. So now the mystic, the central pixie is just it's fluttering, but it's not looking amazing. All right, so that ends your turn.
Yeah.
All right. That brings us to Keyleth.
Small
Okay.
dagger.
Here's my
Gone in
question.
that cave, man. We shouldn't have gone in that cave.
Can I dash and go a little bit further and still do an action and lose a bonus action? No, it's either like run or nothing.
A dash is an action,
A dash is
meaning you move, and then your dash to move more is your action. So you would not.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and start making my way towards Grog. I'm gonna do the 30 feet towards him.
Okay.
Do I?
wait, maybe I misunderstood Marisha's question. Was she asking about dash specifically, or just about breaking up her movement generically? I want to just replay that really fast, just to.
Keyleth.
Small
Okay.
dagger.
Here's my
Gone in
question.
that cave, man. We shouldn't have gone in that cave.
Can I dash and go a little bit further and still do an action and lose a bonus action?
Oh no. Okay. No, she was asking about the dash.
No, it's either like run or nothing.
A dash is an action,
A dash is.
meaning you move, and then your dash to move more is your action. So you would not.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and start making my way towards Grog. I'm gonna do the 30 feet towards him.
Okay.
Do I see the fairy leader?
You see her with like a little bit of time.
I'm gonna go ahead and blow my 6th level spell. I'm gonna cast Sunbeam and Sunbeam her in the face.
All right, I'm turning down the audio a little bit. It will be harder for us to hear them, but we'll just have to read the subtitles because the music's too loud for me.
Does that go through her? That will
Oh,
also-
does it go through to the one on the other side later?
No, it goes this direction. She's right here.
Oh, no. Oh,
and
sorry.
it-
I was looking at the one, the red one.
It's right here.
No, closer to me. Closer to me.
That one?
No, the one close over here. Oh, I don't have the fucking pointer. Who's got a laser
The red
pointer?
thing near you is Grog.
No, not that fucking red. This one. This one. Yes, that one.
And the one behind it.
Jesus, and the one behind it.
You can. All right. So
Dude, Marisha's getting a little annoyed, but it would annoy me so much, their setup. I understand, I think at least, why they are the way that they are. Like why, like the, obviously there are like production constraints that are the reason that they're, all set up, and probably the table is very far away from them. But holy shit, would it annoy the fuck out of me. So I'm honestly, they just don't combat enough for it to probably come up often. But man, I would be annoyed consistently.
as you go ahead and muster your sunbeam, the leader, who has not used a reaction yet, is going to attempt to counter that.
No.
6th level though, so there's an auto counter.
No,
She has to roll for it.
There's a contested thing.
Fucking bitch.
So 6th level.
That's a bitch. I was trying to be nice to you, fairies.
Tempest Close has a DC of 16.
No.
That is a 19.
No, it's not.
It is 19, unfortunately.
God damn it, that was a 6th level spell.
No.
The grace and poise of the
So-
Dude, speaking of the action economy fucking death spiral here, not only are they the pixies taking away turns with polymorph, they are also taking away turns with counterspell. This is just fuck your action economy, the fight. Jesus. I think having a pixie like as one of the combatants, as one of the adversaries in a combat could be interesting, but man, having a lot of them is tough. Always provide assisting tech if you have the suboptimal setup. True, accurate. Yeah, provide the laser pointers. Give everyone a laser pointer. Have you seen the full review for this set? The setup is probably similar to what you're imagining, but surprises me hearing you guessing. I don't know that I've seen this exact setup, but I've seen a behind the scenes of the setup, I think right before this. I think before they changed the background, and I'm assuming it's similar, where it's like their tables are kind of next to each other in sort of a V shape, and then Matt is like across the room from them, and then the battle map is like across from Matt towards them. So they are much further away from the map than Matt is. So it's not only hard for them to see what they're doing, but they also can't just like move, and like they would have to get up from the setup to like move and point. Gross. That is the correct arrangement. Got it. Yeah, not for me, Chief. Not for me. I would rather, as the DM, me have to get up and move things around than the players. I would rather it be closer to the players because I have a constantly more accurate mind's eye of what the combat looks like than they do. So any of the representations, I want to be closer and more legible to them. And then if I need to get up to, move things around, or I'll just ask them to move things around for me. I'll be like, oh, can you move the monster there? Because, yeah, I want it to be more clear to them than necessarily to me. Yeah.
As you muster your sunbeam, the currently wounded, poisoned.
Shut up, you did not. What? So nothing?
Let me check one thing real fast.
Do I have to roll?
Attack rolls and ability checks because she's poisoned. She has disadvantage on roll against.
That's right, she does. Come on.
And natural 20.
No way.
Yeah.
Shit.
So it still counters it. So you go to put the sunbeam. The light begins to build up into the middle of your grasp as you're about to unleash it, and she darts up from behind the side of the tree and goes and unleashes a tornado of energy that just it feels like a gust of warm wind hits and just scatters the sunbeam from your grasp. The spell lost.
Umbersill in the can. Fairies.
Fucking You guys are supposed to have good parades.
All right, that's the end of your turn, Keyleth.
I'm ready.
All right, Garmelie turns invisible.
Well, of course he does.
Don't they want to counterspell that?
Oh no, he's got a tree while
Tree kills,
he's
tree kills. That's fine. You gotta find a way to fix the glare on the mat without the angle falling forward. It's all good. All right, top of the round. Percy and Dex, you guys are up.
You first, or? Okay. From my vantage point, I'm going to sit down, take out bad news, and I'm going to take another Deadeye sharpshipper with bad news at the big fat.
As of right now, technically, you have no sight of her.
I don't?
You are way back there, and she is completely behind the tree.
Can I take a step out to the left? And as long as she has less than 3/4 cover, I'm okay. Like, I've got.
Right, so you would have to move.
Wait, so she's like back here? Dude, this is exactly what I was saying about why I disconnected some of these points on the graph. So Percy, I believe from this angle is over here somewhere. He's like over in this general area, and he's trying to shoot at a pixie over here maybe, or maybe like somewhere in this area. And that totally makes sense to me that shot is not possible. So Matt isn't even considering really those lines. Yeah, he's not connected to these nodes. So they have more than 3/4 cover is how I would. If they had 3/4 cover, I would connect the nodes with a red line. But this is one of the reasons that I like drawing out my maps beforehand, is so that I, ahead of time, know how to describe some things. Like if I don't want this region to be connected to this region, I will describe when Percy moves into this region because I see that these don't have a connection on my second monitor. I go, oh yeah, it's really hard to see person A over here. You wouldn't even probably be able to get a shot off. So that is the one of the ways and reasons that I do these sorts of graphs is to help me with that. Yeah. I don't know about 5e. Not sure if I've fought or used Fey in 5e, but in 3.5, this is exactly what Fey are like. They are obnoxious in combat. Lol. Pixie HB in the PHB MM is so low though, so even though they really mess with the action economy, it's a thing where presumably once they start going down, it'll be a death spiral for the enemies when focus fire. I mean, what are we talking about when we talk about not a lot, right? That it's so low. How low are we talking here? 7. Oh, wait, no, this is a CR1. Is this correct? Is this the one that they're using? This is once per day. They're rocking polymorph. But this one doesn't even have counterspell. Yeah, this... I don't know if this is what Matt is using. Because they do not have... They have... This one has polymorph, but not counterspell. So I don't know. This isn't the same stat block that he's using. Hard to say. But I mean, yeah, it really depends. So I'm sure that we're up against things harder than this, because this, I think there's 5 or 6 pixies on the enemy side right now, on the adversary side, which would make this like a CR6 combat. Which would not be. It would not be this bad. So he's using some manner of either buffed pixie or different pixie that has counterspell. That is definitely becoming a force on this combat. But I mean the ultimate thing truly is, like, the question that I would ask myself when designing a pixie combat is, because I'm not saying that they're like off the table. Obviously, it didn't go like it didn't like wig me out when I saw him put them in. But you have to ask yourself, how many people can they polymorph? Because you can rely on some of the polymorphs to fail, and you can rely on some people to get out of polymorphs later. So I would say that they need to have a number of polymorphs that is at least, or not even equal, that is at least less than or equal to the number of PCs, like +1 for polymorph. I think that that's important. And I would say the same thing with counterspell. There is a now, this isn't talking about frustration, this is just talking pure balance, to where you don't have anything going too out of whack. If you go above this inequality, whatever entity has polymorph better have a very, very low attack. Like, you want, if they are not abiding by this inequality, you want their attack to basically be non-existent. And what I'm worried about here is that it seems like they are throwing this out with relative reckless abandon. Now, that could be an amount of, you could almost say, fudging, that they're throwing these out so consistently. It could also just be that they're reacting to the higher level things, but I don't, and like the fireball, I don't know. It might just be that we just so happened to see a lot of them come out immediately, but my instincts say that they have more uses than this inequality would allow for. But to be fair, we haven't really seen them deliver a lot of damage. So if they do have incredibly pitiful attacks, this could still work, because you can't really death spiral if there is really nothing to cause the death. There is just things to disable, you know? So that is a big consideration here, is if you just... Now, again, that's not saying whether or not the combat is fun or interesting. I think that this sort of scenario where they don't abide by this inequality, and they just have really low attacks, it's going to make the combat incredibly long and pretty boring, I would say. So I still don't love that as like a concept, but in terms of balance, I think you're not going to fuck yourself if you kind of follow these rules. So I don't know. It's tough. it's tough. In 2024, PHB Archfey Patron Warlock gets revenge by teleporting everywhere. Oh boy. The only thing to bother you more about this combat is if each pixie had LR. Dude. If each pixie had LR, this combat would be insane. Yeah. I pretty much assume Matt has tweaked every enemy at least some. It's really a question of if it's a light tweak or a complete rewrite. Yeah, I agree. If he was using normal pixies, they wouldn't have counterspell, they would only have 1 HP, and they would be able to cast 1 spell. Yeah, so it's like, these aren't normal pixies, so we had to kind of wait to give the full eval, but yeah. They can canonically turn someone to stone at least once. That's functionally equivalent to death. Yeah, that's true. This rule was just in regards to polymorph. If you're doing a combat where one of the enemies has flesh to stone, that needs to be like flesh to stone less than or equal to like number of flesh to stone is like number of PCs divided by 2. Like, you need to not be able to turn at least half of the PCs. It's why basilisks are a tough combat. They're a tough combat to run and a tough encounter to build, but their equivalent of flesh to stone has a very specific mechanic that the PCs can play around, and the basilisk doesn't want to hurt them. It wants to hurt them ultimately, but it's probably not going to kill them. So if you have some sort of contingency, like, oh, come and save us afterwards. It's why I rarely use a basilisk or do Behirs also? No, Behirs have lightning breath. It's why I rarely use basilisks without heavily foreshadowing that a basilisk is going to be there. Because basilisks are really interesting when they can prepare for them. Surprise basilisks are TPK machines. Absolute TPK machines. Incredibly interesting, though, if they can take precautions and preparations. So, I don't know. When we get into this arena of, like, disabling effects, it gets complicated. I don't like possession for a very specific reason that doesn't necessarily apply to all disabling effects. Like, I don't mind polymorph, truly. Polymorphs, I'm very neutral on. But, oh boy, this is an interesting combat. It's interesting. Let's see, Valk. Got called away, but 524 counterspell would be better since at least it wouldn't blow the spell slot. Still blow the turn, but not the slot. It is a little bit better because you're not wasting resources as well, but it still has action economy implications. But it would be better. I agree. Basilisks, like they have a desk. What? How basilisk? Basilisk? Bass? Like they're a fish? Are they a fish or they're rocking a managerial post? I don't know. I say basilisk. Like ba black sheep. Have you any wool?
Like she's very tiny. On the tree, it's probably like a 5 foot or more thick thing. So based on her size, as part of her advantage in using these trees for her, is you have to get like over here. Right now, see her.
Okay, so I'll move to my right a little bit then.
Okay.
Maybe.
And I will shoot that something that's right in front of me.
All right.
With
this one?
Yep, sharpshooter, and with my dead eye.
Go for it.
Boom, boom. Now we fucking let's do this go. Oh, that's a natural 20. I don't think I'll be. Yeah, I'll just let that. Oh, that makes the grit go away anyway. Look at that. That's nice. So that's I actually wasn't the golden snitch.
This turquoise thing.
I was
different
one.
guy.
I was just feeling like they had something on me.
Doesn't matter, that die is going to
Okay, so this is double the dice.
You roll the dice and then double that.
Dice, double it, and then add everything. Lordy, this is gonna be disintegration. 6, 12, 22, 28 points of damage.
28 points of piercing damage.
Yep.
Positive that one already. That's adding the sharpshooter?
Yeah. Oh, 16. Yeah, I rolled really low.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you take the shot, the blast echoing throughout the trees and the tree line. You watch as the pixie takes the slug and actually gets thrown to the ground and then flutters back up, barely.
Damn, it's still alive? So these definitely aren't the SRD pixies at least. They're rocking 17 HP. So these are more beefy in some way.
Back up barely.
It was undamaged before.
Nothing fancy, just hitting it again.
All right.
That's a 23.
That'll hit. Go roll damage.
That's better. 18, 24 points of damage.
24 points of damage.
Hey, we killed something.
You hear this horrible high pitch as the light is scattered by a burst of a tiny blood spray and dust and smoke.
I call out 1 and back up behind the tree.
Out of how many?
All right, Vex.
Okay, I'm going to. Do I have a sight on? If I step out from behind the tree, do I have a sight on the big one? The purple one?
You do have a sight on the big one, yes.
Okay.
It'll get cover bonuses.
Can I
But it's
take a
kind of, you have to go back here to see it.
Can I walk over that there?
Yeah.
For restoration, yeah.
I walk to there. Okay, I want to use my longbow for the Sky Sentinel.
Okay.
Attack it.
Okay. So you initiate the bow, pull back the arrow, releases it, splits into 3 different arrows.
Natural 20.
I'm looking at it.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Also could be leader versus minion HP diff. That's also true. That is because Matt did delineate the leader pixie pretty repeatedly. So I will also that's a good thing to take into consideration is the other pixies might be more like the standard, but then the leader's the buffed one. It's possible. Why isn't my chat's not catching up? Weird. Less than equal to is such a programmer thing. Most would use the classical mathematical notation. What's the classical mathematical notation? Wait, what? Oh, like this? Yup, I'm like Daniel. I did not even notice that I had done that. Yup. But that is the mathematical symbol, huh? Interesting. I think it's closer to 28 because Matt said it barely got up. That's true. So I think the more reasonable assumption is probably that it's between 20s and probably like 40 is probably the more reasonable assumption. I love that specific SFX from Matt. Matt has good SFX. All the Pixie SFX, the little like flutters, they've been all good.
Flying statistics, one roll at a time.
12 plus 12, 24.
Okay, 24. Wait, 12 plus 12, 24. Yeah. So the second one hits.
And then 22 on the third.
All 3. Even with all the 3/4 cover. The last one just barely hits. So go ahead and roll damage on all 3. Kill them all.
20 on the first hit. No, times. Oh shit! You doubled dice.
dice.
6. That's 12.
So that's 6 what you were saying originally.
I don't know
You
what I
said
was
20,
saying.
so it'd be 26 if you're doubling that die.
26 plus another 5, so 31 on the first hit.
31 on the first hit. Okay.
16, 17 on the second.
All right.
17 plus 5 is 22 on the third.
You watch as the purple light gets stapled to a tree in the back. You watch as an arrow hits her and carries her, and then she tries to pull herself off of the arrow as it's holding her against the distant tree, and it just goes limp against it, and the light slowly fades.
Oh, so I shout out. 2! Your leader's dead. You want to still fight us?
You've got 2 more squares of movement if you want to use them.
I move towards the tree.
This way or this way?
That way.
This way. Alrighty. Ends your turn. It would be her turn, but she just got stapled to a tree. Scanlan, you're up. Which actually,
Build a dam.
Yeah, your beaver.
no, she didn't turn you into that. One of the other ones did, I believe. Yeah, so you're still.
Do I make a save
Actually,
or no?
the one I killed turned him.
You're right. So boom.
Yay! Wait, you want me to help?
Drop beaver form.
Oh my god, I was not expecting
to
that.
call-
And therefore have no idea what I'll do.
Just be a dick. Just go in there.
Where? So there's pixies everywhere.
You can only really see one of them right now. It doesn't supposed to be there.
Which one?
You can see that one over there.
Is there one
Is that a good
behind me?
idea?
You can't see one that I can see actually. There's one around the tree.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, 2. You can see that one there.
I'll
Yeah.
help him first, but yeah.
bonus.
I can do that, yeah.
Possibly turn on this stuff.
What are you doing, Scanlan?
I wasn't expecting to move. Let's say that I will. I can't see the leader, right?
Leader's dead. You know you can't see the leader. She's dead, yo.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well
She's
then.
pixie dust.
Okay. I'll. Shit. I'm not ready for this.
Not ready for it.
Okay. Full shit. Okay. I'll turn around and let's just. It works this time. I will.
Wow,
Sorry,
as
Matt.
long as
I don't know. I wasn't expecting to move. How close am I to that one near the tree? Can I move to
Right here?
her? Improvise, motherfucker.
Or this one. This one there. You were.
What's the closest one to me? And how close?
This one's closest to you, and it's 20 feet from you.
Okay, I'm gonna run to it, her, it, whatever.
All right.
Because I don't think they can. Well, maybe they can counterspell this, but I'll do a thunder wave.
You do a thunder wave?
Yeah.
Okay.
At level 2.
That one is going to attempt to counterspell. Each one of them gets a counterspell, and that one's not done yet. Mark off that one there.
I do have a shit. I'm the worst at this.
So yeah, as you rush up and begin casting, it sees you rushing up, and its eyes go wide for a second as it instinctually puts its hands out, and the thunder wave goes and falls flat before you.
Shit, I'm the worst at this. It's gonna be a beaver again.
I am gonna be a beaver again. Then that's it. That's all
I thought
I
he was a
can
honey badger.
Yeah, there's a badger.
He gave a shit.
Yeah.
Angry badger.
I will. Who's alive still? I'll inspire. I'll inspire. I'll inspire. I'm failing.
I've never seen this before.
I'm not ready.
It's stealing all of his
Inspire
energy.
Vex. Inspire Vex. Inspire Vex.
I'll inspire Vex. I'll inspire.
Which one?
The girl.
The guy.
I don't want to inspire her. I want to inspire her.
That's Max. That's
This, oh man, yeah, it's, and it's one of the things about, I mean, it's the same thing with any disabling effect does somewhat have an issue with this, where when you're coming out of it, you're, you haven't really been thinking about what you're going to do. It's why, honestly, Baldur's Gate 3 has it to where you lose your action when you pop up from being downed, which I think is raw and or just a very popular homebrew. I honestly don't recall. But in general, I thought that I would not like it in that game, like when I first saw it, and again I still can't remember if it's raw or just I've just played with it before at a tabletop, but I was like, oh man, that game's gonna be, or that rule's gonna be in this, like I'm gonna go down all the time. I don't know, but it's actually, I've found, especially in multiplayer, kind of nice to not have anything to do when you get popped back up. Because when you get popped back up is so not unknown, but it's inconsistent, right? And same thing with when you get out of polymorph, possession, any of these sort of disabling effects, like being unconscious. All of them have this very inconsistent thing. So you either have to be consistently thinking about what am I going to do, and then like sometimes just waste that planning and that thought, or you kind of take away the action so that they get popped back up and they're back up and they can do like a bonus action and some movement, but they don't have to do the whole action thing. It makes disabling spells, which are already great, even better, obviously. But I actually do think that it's a little bit of an improvement to the feel of them in like practical terms. Maybe. I don't know. I've never run any that sort of thing at the table. It's just something I've observed in my multiplayer BG3 that I'm like, oh. And then I'm watching Sam right now be so frazzled, you know, getting popped up and being allowed to do something. It might ultimately be better for the pace, and I don't know how much of a nerf it really, or of a buff it really would be. That's an evil rule. What, the rule that I'm talking about? It's not that much worse than just having an extra turn. It's basically just a guaranteed +1 to to any disabling effect. I don't know that it's that evil, personally. It doesn't really change the value prop of any of those things all that much. I guess it changes them. I don't know. Maybe it does. Yeah, I don't know. But it at least it would be some amount of like predictable value, and I also think that it would feel less like the player that's getting affected would feel less pressure. So I don't know. Again, I haven't played with anything even remotely close to that, and I already don't really play around those sorts of things a lot at my table to begin with. So I doubt it'll be that much of a force at my table. But it's definitely interesting. Chat, what's the evil rule? I think me saying that I would maybe do the Baldur's Gate 3 thing of taking away an action when you get out of a disabling effect, either being downed or polymorphed or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is a weird combat. It's weird. I don't have a great opinion of it so far, but we'll see how it resolves.
Vex.
Vex the girl. Yeah, and I'll just, I'll say, Vex is natural, Vex is fun. Vex is good when she's one-on-one.
So I was next to go, but
you.
it's still good.
I don't know, I was a badger. What's been going on?
Alrighty, that completes your turn. You take your inspiration dice.
All right.
Now the pixie's run. This one over here, at this distance, is glancing over and...
I think the thing is, Sarah, it's sucky, but it's not disorienting. Yeah, Sterling got down twice and both twice didn't have a action when he popped up again. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The reason I'm bringing it up is in reference to what's happening to Sam right now, where he got popped out of polymorph and he's like very frazzled and is very like doesn't know what the fuck to do. And one extra turn of it doesn't seem that beyond the pale to me. Like, it doesn't actually seem that like that much of a change, and I think it would help the pace. Like, it would add value. Again, it would add value to the spell itself, but I don't know that it actually modifies the power of it all that much. It definitely is like a strict buff, but I don't know. I'm having trouble evaluating it in my head. I'd have to think about it more. Martial characters already have it hard. Well, this is not a martial caster discussion. Taking away someone's action is equally impactful. In terms of like, I would say feel and power, but if we are concerned about the power, then they should be targeting spellcasters with these effects even more once they're more valuable. So then it would actually be like martials would get it less. I don't really think the martial caster divide comes into this personally. I'm sure this half episode will be great. Yeah. Ooh. I could see it for polymorph, but I don't like it for revival. Oh, really? I'm almost the exact opposite. I would lean way more towards it for revival. Because right now, I think it is a very odd feel, and this is not new territory. Much digital ink has been spilled on this, so I won't even go too far into it. But I don't like the rubber band sort of up and down of D&D. Like, I don't like the fact that there's no consequence to going to 0 HP if you get revived. I think that there should be some manner of consequence. So I'm way more into it for that than polymorph, actually. I'm nervous about buffing polymorph and giving it like guaranteed value in that way of, hey, when you get out of polymorph, you guaranteed lose your action. That's the thing that makes me more nervous. 524 exhaustion. Oh yeah. I mean, beyond all of these things, I think that 524 exhaustion is a great way to go about it if you want to apply a detriment to going down. But anyways. In terms of gameplay, if you're out for 2 rounds, then come up, it super sucks to lose the next round too. I think the problem that I have with it, and the thing that I'm kind of circling around here, is you don't know when you're going to come back up. So there's this like mentally taxing issue of planning out turns that you don't get to do. And if you guaranteed lose your action when you pop up, you don't have to plan. You can kind of tune out, which I think might overall be a nicer experience than the mental tax of having to plan out turns that you don't get to do, which I think is less cool. Or just not planning at all until you get popped up like Sam just did, and then potentially doing something bad, so, and then feeling bad about that because you weren't prepared. That's the thing that I'm going on, is the fact that that plan out turns I don't get to do is the only entertainment I have when I'm down. But is it good? I don't know. And this is something that gets way into player feel on, like, for me, I would rather not plan out. But I don't know that that's a universal opinion, but I also don't know, I have no idea if I'm in a minority or majority. Like, it's very frustrating to me planning out a turn that I then don't get to do, but feeling as though I have to plan out my turn. I would rather just watch my friends and like basically just turn into a spectator. I do not like planning out turns that I don't get to do. That's incredibly frustrating to me. But I have no idea if that's a me thing or a not me thing. So that's, I think, why I'm very unsure about the BG3 rule and like applying it to other things, because it feels like it super depends on how engaging you find being downed, I guess. Yeah, it would cut out metagaming when you're down. Having to take 6 seconds to get your bearings back feels good. I think there's an amount of like it feels in fiction right.
Take a break.
Take a break. And I mean, really the main thing that we're talking about in terms of gameplay, because I'm not talking about really changing the effects much. I'm basically just talking about extending them. So the critique is, should we, or the question is like, is extending them and giving them guaranteed value, is that fun? And if it's not, is the base thing fun? I think that's maybe like the further thought line there is, if it sucks, like if taking away the action after polymorph sucks, does polymorph just kind of suck? I don't know, because it's not different really from the base effect. I don't know. I would say if you've been unconscious for 1 round, take no action when you're up, but if it's 2+ rounds, you're fine. So you don't sit out the whole fight. But the weird thing about that description, and then I have to go, I swear. I promise I have to go after this. The weird thing with that, right, is you're essentially saying that the weaker the spell is, ends up being, the less we should buff it, right? So it's like on the power scale of polymorph, the power is directly proportional to how many turns it's affecting you. So as we get more and more turns along this scale, it goes like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Adding an extra turn is adding less value every time. Like this is, I don't know if it's actually logarithmic, but like the value of the scale tapers off. Because the difference between getting 1 turn of polymorph and 0 is infinite. The difference between 1 and 2 is double. The difference between 2 and 3, though, is only a time and a half. 3 and 4 is 33%, and so on and so forth. So as we get further into this, adding it on at the end is actually less and less actual mechanical impact. But you're saying it would feel worse, which maybe it would. I don't know. Maybe it would feel worse because of how long you've already had to sit there. But it is an interesting dichotomy between like the potential feeling of it versus the actual mechanical impact being different. It's weird. It's very, very strange. Anyways, I'm going to take a break and then we will get back to it. Goodbye. What up? Hello, hello, hello. What's up, what's up, what's up? I will read what's in here, respond, and then get back to it. Take away the action after polymorph doesn't bother me. I'm only bothered for the unconscious part. Yeah, weird. Yeah, we're on opposite sides of that. We're on opposite sides of that. Because I want unconsciousness to have a consequence. Like going to 0 HP, I want to have a consequence. And I should be really particular on why, because I'm just like kind of throwing that out there. The reason that I want going unconscious to have a consequence, but I'm more worried about like the polymorph side of things, is because when you go unconscious, you get to essentially negate a bunch of damage. So right now in at least 514, I haven't read enough of 524 to know if it's different, but in 5e broadly, it is a better use of healing to let someone go to 0 and then pop them up from 0, because as they hit 0, they are rounding off all of the damage if it's not an overkill. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm more willing to put it over in that side of things. I would prefer exhaustion. I think exhaustion makes more is in fiction a better feel, and I think that it has like after the combat consequences, which I think is cool. So I would more go towards like an exhaustion side of things, but just broadly, I'm more okay with us putting consequences onto going to 0 than onto like a polymorph type spell. What if instead of losing your action, you could only take one of a move, action, or bonus action? Oh, like Tasha's Mind Whip? Yeah, that could work. I like those, Ron. Or saying you have a movement of 0. Yeah, I mean, that could work. Offer a little bit of flexibility to it. I mean, I'm mostly trying to avoid... And this is just all of it is like, I'm thinking, but then that adds actually another decision point, which is actually less of what I want. I don't know. I'll think more on it. I don't know if I have like an answer to what I really, really want there. Losing an action as a PC is less harmful than if this was applied to a lone enemy in a single enemy combat. It's basically yes to the question, but more broadly, it is disabling effects, like effects that like make you lose resources, like a turn especially, are more impactful the less combatants any given side has. So if the PCs somehow only had 2 combatants and the enemies had 4, let's say, it would be much more impactful to remove an action on the PC side. But if there are 4 PCs up and there's 1 enemy combatant over there, it's way more impactful to do it to the lone enemy combatant over there. Which is why things like anything that's meant to be run as a lone combatant, like especially like really high CR stuff, normally have legendary resistance to combat that, basically that exact thing. Yeah. The consequence shouldn't be kicking you out of the game. That's what losing a turn is. I mean, yeah, let's come across the aisle and shake hands. I don't love losing an action broadly. But I think it can have some side benefits if it's already a thing in the game that we could maybe work with. But I in terms of general way at the top design, I don't love those types of effects. Yeah. But yeah. Getting the player back up is already that. Yeah. Stop daydreaming about taking away player decision points. We love decisions. I know my big problem with a decision point coming out of polymorph or being downed is that you are having to make a relatively big decision with way less time than you normally have. That's the big thing that I'm trying to think through here. Because honestly, I would be fine if aggressive polymorph was just like straight up removed. Would not bother me in the slightest. But like normally you have some, amount of time to prepare for any given action. And I think that it feels bad when that time is reduced, but you have to do the same amount of thing. I think it can be disruptive to the table and the pace and all that sort of stuff. So that's the big thing that I'm thinking through, because I love decision points. That's one of the reasons I don't like LR, is because I think it really removes a lot of interesting decision points. But I worry about decision points with like an abnormal amount of time compared to when you typically make them. It's a big like meta thought process type thing that does not have super clear answers. Yeah. Splitting polymorph into willing and unwilling and tweaking them is an interesting thought experiment. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, willing and unwilling. That would be kind of an interesting distinction, yeah. Haste that delay after a spell, and I don't have an issue doing that after polymorph. The difference between that and unconscious is that you have agency in spells not going down. Man, yeah, we have very different thought processes on these. I would actually say I think about it as the opposite. I mean, I think broadly you have agency in both, but I think that you have more agency in going down versus getting polymorphed. Like getting polymorphed, you're if you fail like one check, you get polymorphed. I would actually say your agency in that is very, very low. Whereas going down, like going unconscious, going to 0, you have like the entire combat of, decision points on where you're positioned, what resources you're utilizing. In my head, you have a lot more agency in terms of not going unconscious. Players only really get polymorphed by allies. My brother in Christ, I don't know when you came into the stream, but we may not be watching the same combat. This entire conversation stemmed from discussions of hostile polymorph. And I will straight up say I've only seen hostile polymorph. I've actually never seen a friendly polymorph in any of my games. But I also don't play with druids that often. So, but yeah, I've never, not saying it doesn't happen, but I am saying that hostile polymorph is very much a thing. I fully understand that that ally polymorph is a big thing. I know, like, especially like druid polymorphing people is huge. But yeah, the hostile polymorph is the mindset that I'm in right now. Oh no, I only just started. Oh yeah. This one, 2 people so far have gotten polymorphed. Or actually, no, Vax didn't get polymorphed because he saved. But yeah. I've never been hostile polymorphed. Anyone in both of my game groups. I've never, I can't say that I've ever hostile polymorphed someone. But I have been at a table where the DM hostile polymorphed someone. But yeah. Yeah, and it is a testament. And even like the thing that we had earlier of like my mindset around what I want to be doing while I'm downed versus yours, very much a testament to that of how different tables can be. Yeah. Scaling both himself and Grog, ally polymorphing Grog. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. I'm not saying that ally polymorph, it is an interesting thought experiment of splitting up ally and hostile polymorph. That is an interesting thought experiment because my ideals around what I would want out of the spell for either is very different. Those are very like different spells in my head of like if it's hostile or not. So that is an interesting thought experiment.
Sees saw its leader get thrashed off to the side after having a series of daggers thrown into it. You attempted to cast the giant beam at that one in the distance as well, though, so I'm going to say it's going to go for you. Keyleth, I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
What? Why that one? I do still have my inspiration, that's true.
It's ain't going to be no thing. It's going to be great. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be
Natural 20! My voice just cracked. What is a natural 20?
Yeah,
that's true. It's hilarious. You leave golf tomorrow?
It is. No, I have a recording.
I don't know. I feel like we have to say.
It actually rolled when you moved the paper.
When you moved the paper, you rolled
No,
it. So
guys.
but
Okay, roll again.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
when I revealed it was a 20. That's, you know, it's just okay. I'll go ahead and do inspiration, though, just for safe measure. That's good. So 20 total now.
20 total. Okay.
20 total.
Okay.
That's still exciting.
You, as it reaches out towards you, you feel like your physical body all of a sudden begins to tighten, and you flex, and it regains its composure. And
I just give her like a from the corner.
Behind there.
From the side.
Angled.
She's learning.
This one here is going to dart past, and as it does retreat a tree, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit.
Straight at 15. Oh, fuck it, I'll use luck. I got one more. Another 15.
15 total?
Yeah.
All right. You are currently restrained as your body tightens up, and you're unable to move, shift, take any actions.
Did you go too?
I was about to, but not anymore.
Are you petrified too?
I don't know
he's
why.
restrained.
This one darts past.
Paralysis?
Did he get turned to stone?
His body's beginning to turn to stone right
shit.
now. He's like, your muscles are beginning to tense up. As this one darts past, is going to attempt to. I need you to make a Constitution throw, Keyleth, as I watched it fade from the last one.
Inspiration left. Natural 20. This is a real one this time. A real one.
What is the deal? Weird.
Is there?
We're gone for 1 week. You guys can save these for like throughout the campaign. It's just a pixie fight.
It's there. Pixie fight.
These are nasty in their strengths.
Yeah.
And they're not very strong in a lot of things, but the few things they have are pretty good.
We know. We're still terrified.
Good.
We're very scared.
Well, you resist your second attempt at being petrified.
Oh yeah, I mean, the comment that I read for SGM's video, part of it talks about like essentially implies that Marisha gets special treatment, and I have been very consistent in saying that I think that Matt is way harder on Marisha than he is on the other players, but I also don't totally blame him for that. And I know that even behind the screens, I would bet that Marisha wants that sort of like toughness, because I think it's very clear to me that neither of them want any sort of implication of like DM favoritism or anything. She avoids it as hard as she can. And he really tries to avoid it as well. But it's very tough. And then she rolls a natural 20 right after. I understand why I've seen some people say like, oh, we need like fucking dice cams. We need to be able to see it. I don't think it's necessary if you just, I don't know, trust that people aren't cheating, but it's hard when there's so much like, there was so much speculation around Orion possibly doing it. So I think that unfortunately, especially with dice, the CR fandom at large kinda got started off on a bad foot when it came to trusting players' dice rolls, which is tough. I shield against this right, then on my turn I say count your lucky stars and turn it into turned him into a caterpillar. Yeah, I recall Marisha was like, oh no, don't retcon it with the windwalk. Oh yeah, she was very unhappy with the retcon. Yeah. Having seen you two, I feel like Matt and Marisha have reached a good equilibrium. Honestly, I don't think their equilibrium is too bad here. It's more just unfortunate. Because it definitely seems like both of them are harsher than I would ever be on Marisha, but I understand the pressures and like why they're doing that. Yeah.
And yet again.
Am I restrained or am I slowed?
You're restrained. You can't move. The actual attacks against you have advantage.
How does that do with
your
haste?
attacks have disadvantage?
So I can still do stuff?
Correct.
Okay.
You're just at a.
What is freezing up and haste to do mixed together? Anything? Cancel out?
No, it doesn't cancel out. It just means that you have disadvantage on all of your attacks.
Okay, so I'm still fast.
Your speed is 0.
Not
You can't move.
Can't move at all.
You're stuck in
Do I
place.
have a third attack?
You do have a third attack.
Okay.
It's a
Confusing. Very confusing. It's Feywild, man.
You're fast and slow.
Yeah.
Actually, a little bit.
Hot and cold.
All right, and then this guy here is going to go ahead and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Yes.
Little me?
As it peeks around the tree in its current position.
You get one, and I'm gonna fail.
You got some inspiration, lady.
I got an inspiration!
Good.
21.
21. You resist the effect.
I was right to.
That was fine.
Well, someone's gotta live.
Tell the tale. The death and end of Vox Machina, the little people.
This one now darts over
Oh, no,
here.
that was.
All right, one more there. This
How many more pixies are there?
That was the last one going on its turn.
Four.
Vax, you're up.
I'm going to dagger the pixie in front of Scanlan, so I should get sneak it. I don't have advantage, so I don't get sneak attack. Do I?
Correct.
It's 3 attacks. All right. First one is shit. 19.
With disadvantage?
Yeah.
Hits.
All right. Second one is a 19.
Hits.
And the last one's a 14 or 15.
Misses.
Okay, so
2 hits.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey, that's
11 and 8. 19 total.
19 total?
Can you place a damage in?
No, that's once.
All right, that one's looking pretty rough right now, actually.
And I say,
At the end of your turn, you make another Constitution saving throw.
Come on.
come on. No,
Did you have any more luck?
no. Use it all. I didn't cross off 2.
Vax now turns to a solid stone statue, frozen in place. Members of your party are now turned to stone. All right, that brings us to Keyleth's turn.
Not like.
Okay, well, I'm going to continue my 2 steps towards Grog since he was my first destination.
Oh man, now I can. I was actually debating, like summarizing all of my Keyleth thoughts. I might do like, because I want to do an autopsy of each character after the campaign, but I was like, I kind of want to summarize a lot of those thoughts beforehand, but I don't know. And then Mike made his video, and I thought it was great. Mike does talk about like differentiating between character and player. There's certainly some of that. And a lot of people said that once they got to C2, it got better, but it like maybe, and I'm very, very sure that for some people that was the case. But I also think that for a lot of people, it was not, unfortunately. But now, to summarize my thoughts on that, I can just point people to Mike's video. And Mike covered almost everything I wanted to cover in a theoretical video of mine. I might make like a short little thing to add on something that I don't even really think he missed, but it was something that I would have elaborated on more. And I might do like a short little thing to add on. But broadly, it's like, I think that like, why did Keyleth get so much hate video really covered my opinions very solidly. But yeah, the order C3 is my favorite. I like Keyleth, and I generally don't care for Marisha, but I think Kiki's a wonderful character. Yeah, and I mean, I think I generally like to assume that everyone in my chat is all operating in good faith whenever we have any discussion about anything. It was something I had to assume when we were talking about Orion. Because if I hadn't assumed it, that would have been tough to have those conversations. But I think that anyone can have valid criticism of characters or players. But there is an element, a broad element within the Keyleth Marisha hate that is not like because of a true backing reason. They're just using excuses. But they're using excuses that are reasons that people could legitimately think that are acting in good faith. So it's really hard to discuss because any individual thing is like, yeah, you could not care for Marisha for that reason, or you could not care for Keyleth for that reason. But when it takes on a zeitgeist of its own, like an energy and a feel of its own outside of any individual critique, it can really wrap in a lot of people that communicate it, I think SGM used a term that I liked about, he delineated a difference between critique and complaining. And it brought in a lot of people that were just complaining about Keyleth, and they were doing it for reasons. So yeah, I don't know. It's something that now when I get a comment about it, I can just shoot that comment over to Mike's video, both to promote it and because it largely encompasses all of my thoughts and feelings on it. And now I don't have to like re-explain them every time, because it's a hard conversation to have. It's a tough thing to parse out. There's a reason that video is an hour long. I don't think he's inflating the runtime. I think it has to be that long. And it's something that I think is a better conversation when you're delivering the ideas in a scripted manner rather than improvisationally. I think a lot of it was the compounding culture of ignoring or accepting the hate. But yeah. But anyways, yeah. That would be my least favorite. Yeah, you never know. But anyways, I will get back to it.
And do greater restoration on him. Zoom, and unpetrify him.
Okay, what level is that spell?
Fifth. Fucking fifth.
I'm gonna use a bonus action to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna
Okay, 5th level?
Yes.
Okay, only one of them has a counterspell left, and it's going to attempt it on that, but since it is at 5th level, let's mark that off. It does still have to roll against it, so DC is 10 plus 5, so DC is 15.
If they make this, it's bad news.
It's an 18.
Are they poisoned or anything?
They made it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made it. Yeah, so 15 plus 3, sorry. So as
You
you
have
go...
to make 15?
I had to do 15, yeah.
You made 18.
Not like my spell save DC or anything like
Works
that?
for counterspell.
Fuck.
The good news is there are counterspells. It's more
Well, fucking fantastic now that I burned through 2 of my top level ones. How much shit
So you
do
reach
I-
forward and grab Grog, and you see the pulse of energy, and it dissipates. And you look over,
Just counterspell feels, my man. Am I right?
there's the tree, and you see one of the pixies starting behind you, and disappears behind the trunk.
Oh no.
That ends your turn. Back to the top. Percy Vex.
I'll go. Do you want to go
No,
first?
you go
Okay,
first.
I'll go
What's
first.
your
I've got.
Wait, I wanted to do something on a bonus action. I did want to do something on a bonus
What do
action.
you wanna
Do it.
Can I kind of like just alter yourself my throat and go, oh, and give a wolf howl?
Sure, make a performance check.
Yes.
Calling for the.
Yes, call
Yes,
for
I'm calling for the
lichens.
lichens. Ooh, that's good. 23.
Okay, good to know. You howl out into the woods. Ends your turn. Percy Vex.
I'm gonna flip around and just take a shot at that jerk right there.
Go for it.
With the retort pistol, not the bad news. Just standard shot. That's a 31 to hit.
That hits.
That hits, and that's 14 points of damage.
Yes.
That one is spattered by the impact. You see the chunks of it hit the tree behind, and you see a wing kind of right in front of you, Scanlan.
Brutal. I reload. I flip around the other side of the tree.
Over this side here.
Over this side, so I can get a good vantage point on that one that thinks it's hiding right over there.
Alrighty.
I use my bonus action to cast Hex on him.
Oh, to carry it over?
Yep, carry it over.
Okay.
And I take a shot at him.
That's a good question, Sarah. I believe that because of how at least 514 counterspell is worded, you cast the spell, it just has no effect. So I think no. I also think that applies to 524, but it might be different in 524 since you don't spend the slot. I actually don't know. I don't know Alter Self works. Maybe it's ongoing. Yeah, I actually don't know. That is something where I would actually default. I would go look up the sage advice and I would see if it makes sense to me. I don't know. That reaction is why I don't use CS as a DM. Yep. Yeah. I think in 2024 you don't spend the spell slot, so yeah. One is an action, the other's a bone miss. The question is, even with spells, you can't cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn, even if one of them is an action and the other one is a bonus action. So you wouldn't if a counterspelled spell counts as having cast a spell, it would prevent you from casting a spell as a bonus action. But I don't know if a counterspelled spell counts that way. You can change, but it takes an action to change your alter self. Oh wait, I'm not even. I don't even think I'm. Oh wait. Can she alter herself after casting another spell that turn? I don't know. As I accidentally pressed send. Oh, that was a continuation. One is an action, the other is a bone. VM has a homebrew rule. Oh, you're right. I forgot about the homebrew rule. That's right. Yeah, interesting. So did she cast alter self earlier? Oh, I don't know. This would be something that would be tough, that would take some time to litigate, and I don't care that much. Because they're already playing on weird homebrew wibbly wobbly, and this is one of the more weird parts of 5e's rule set, so I don't know that it's that important to litigate, but it is interesting if someone did want to go back and figure it out.
That's 22 to hit.
22 hits.
That's
You're still frozen.
oh, let go. 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage.
Necrotic.
Alrighty. Shot. The impact actually hits the tree next to it, but then it splinters and hits it. Takes some damage, but not a whole lot.
All right, I'm going to burn an action surge.
All right.
And take 3 more shots at it.
You can do that. Because you're ignoring the cover because of your sharpshooter.
Yep.
So go
And
on.
I'm going to roll a sharpshooter for that one as well. Which is great because I rolled a 2 and a natural 20. So, that's
Golden snitch, man.
natural 20 with sharpshooter. Okay, and now that's,
on,
that
big
also
money.
means that I lose that crit. Okay.
Come on, big money, no whammies. Come on, come
This is
on,
gonna be
come
great. It's gonna be
on.
great. That's great.
Oh,
Okay.
that is good.
10, 20, 30, 36 points of damage.
Fuck you, fairy.
So how many fairies are left? Two fairies left?
You have currently 2 fairies
I don't
left.
see them on the
3
board
fairies.
from where I am.
No, you don't see them. They're hidden.
I'm taking
behind trees.
I'm taking 2 more steps, and I'm getting that next fairy that thinks he can fucking hide from me.
There are 2 behind this tree and 1 behind.
One behind that tree. I'm taking 1 more step out so I can see him.
Okay.
Actually, I have pretty good sight.
I think Vex will be able to see him. She's
From there, you can still see him. Yeah.
2 more shots. I'm gonna do the same thing with the sharpshooter Jedi combo.
All right.
No, oh, that's right. No more. I can't get Hex till next round though.
Yep.
14 missile. Has 27 to hit.
Hits. Damage on that one.
That's 16 points of damage.
16 points of damage. Got it. The pixie gets hit and kind of like holds itself against the tree. His wings stop fluttering. It looks over where the impact came from. It looks over and kind of stares down at you.
Another shot at him.
Go for it.
Same deal.
I can spot him now because I can see what Percy's shooting at, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
28.
It's
Motherfucker, 28.
8 points of damage.
okay. It gets another hit. This one impacts just near it and kind of clips one of its wings. It's still holding in there.
I dive back around the tree and see on my turn.
All right.
I can see where was it that he was shooting at?
Over this way.
Can Trinket reach it or?
Trinket can try. Trinket's not going to
He's not
get
gonna
there.
get there. Then I'm gonna attack it. Can I attack it from where I
You
am?
currently have no way of seeing it right now unless you move far enough that direction. You may.
Can I? I'm gonna try to.
You're gonna try?
Into
All right. That's as far as you can get. I would say you has 3/4 cover, so yes, you can
Okay,
attack
disadvantage?
it. No, but it gets +5 to its AC.
Oh, okay. I'm going to attack it.
So you go. First attack.
22, 23.
23 hits.
Okay. And I'm gonna attack it again with my blazing bowstring.
Okay.
26.
That hits.
Damn, bro.
Oh, can I move my hunter's mark over?
Ice Squint says no.
Sure. Oh. It's a bonus action.
Thanks, man. Okay. 7 plus 7, 14, 16. 22 on the first hit.
22 on the first hit.
18.
Dice.
18 plus 6 is 24 on the second hit.
All right. Off to the side, one arrow actually grabs it by the shoulder and hits it against the tree there. As it tries to pull the arrow out, which is this giant, shaft, kind of just shattered its shoulder entirely. It looks back at you as you just take its head off its shoulder.
Ah, teeny tiny little piece of shit.
Cutest way ever.
Teeny tiny piece of shit.
All right.
I can't move anymore. I can't.
No, that's as far as you can move.
Okay.
All right, it's a new turn. Alrighty, Scanlan, you're up.
Do I see any of them?
You do not.
Even shit. I'm gonna run as far as I can into the open and see if I can see any of them. While I'm yelling, where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
You can just barely see 2 of them behind that tree right there.
Behind that tree?
Yes.
You mean behind Grog and stuff?
Behind Grog, Vax, Keyleth, and they're going to
So I
cluster.
have a clear shot
You don't have, I mean, they're both,
without killing my friends, I mean?
depends what you're doing.
With a lightning bolt.
The lightning bolts?
No, don't kill
You
your
could-
friend.
it would, it's probably going to hit Vax. But who knows the effect lightning would have on stone?
No,
that
that's
could
really
shatter
bad.
him.
It's just no.
I don't mind getting hit by lightning and everything else.
But then I won't do that.
I'll take
cast,
it.
I'll cast Big V's hand at level 7.
Oh, shit.
And just
Swat him
punch
like
it to
fucking.
death.
Big swole hand. Fat veins on the back of the hand.
Have you been lifting, Bigby?
Blue for Rico's hand.
Man,
You looking good,
Jesus.
Bigby.
oh, you know those like Hulk gloves? Like they
That's
sell?
7th level, so that's, it doesn't, okay, so it does additional 4D, whatever it does. What do you want to do? So what do you want to do? Which ability are you using to Bigby's hand?
Just a big old punch, 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 punch.
Just the,
Pummeling hand, punching hand.
Clenched fist.
Clenched fist. Yeah.
all right, so go ahead and roll a melee spell attack against its armor class. So roll d20, add your spell attack bonus.
25.
That hits. Roll 8d8 force damage.
8? I don't even have any.
Here's 2 more D8.
Yeah, it's 4d8, but because you did it 2 levels higher, it's 8d8.
Roll them twice.
Whoa!
Oh shit. You're a force to be reckoned
That's
with.
ugly.
They were like all above 7.
You're gonna leave an impression in the tree.
That wasn't as good.
No, but
We're gonna leave another Vecna mark.
45.
Ooh, above average.
Where once there was a pixie, there was a brief spatter of reddish pink mist and nothing thereafter. Bigby's hand has sent it so hard to its afterlife that there's a small black mark on the tree nearby where it once was. Just an echo of its existence at one point.
just clap the fairy to death. That's like actually like literally the opposite. It's,
High five. Oh.
Is that all the pixies?
there's one
There's
left.
one left, but we should wait. We shouldn't kill it. See if we can
We should try and capture
unfreeze
it.
our friends.
I
try
got
and
nothing left.
capture
That
it?
is my action and bonus.
All right, end of Scanlan's turn. The pixie
We might
Then
have Lycans incoming.
turns about
Oh, he's trying to run.
and begins running. As it kind of disappears past the trees a little bit, you watch as a large dark form lands right in front of it. And it kind of stops for a second. And the 2 giant claws reach down and grasp it
Oh.
in its hand. Pick it up. And you can see before you, Lord Ukrot is now clutching this one pixie who is trying to escape. Looks inside for a second.
Vengeance is tasty.
Oh.
Not very filling.
Please don't kill
Stomps
us.
forward.
No. Be confident.
So, you called.
We called because our plan worked perfectly, and we were able to fulfill your deal to the letter, as we had always.
Sorry, gotta adjust the playback speed. We were so suddenly out of combat.
Intended.
Make a deception.
Come on, Scaling, come on.
Come
I think
on.
I'm still at disadvantage.
No, you're not, no.
On ability checks, you are.
Doesn't matter.
But also, don't forget.
You just read your book?
With disadvantage, it's a 30.
Yeah.
You can also add your own bardic inspiration to your ability checks now too, since you're level 14.
True.
But if you feel pretty confident with it,
I'm okay with 30.
Oh no! Should you add it? Add it! Add it!
Wait, it's too late.
Oh man.
We'll never know. We'll about to know.
We will.
You're gonna know pretty quick. No, as you say this, he kind of comes forward and gets really low to the ground with his arms kind of out on the sides, face right up to you. It could snatch you up in one bite and just goes.
Clever gnome.
Stands back up.
So, 1 pixie, 2 pixie, 3, 4. Where's their leader?
I walk over and scrape the tree.
Takes a look at it.
Shish kebab.
All the rest of the various members of his clan, of the Fendirs, begin to arrive in the distance.
Yes, my lord. The mystic is dead. Wipe up the village. Come. You have the rest of your deal to ascend to.
Turns around and begins walking back towards the city of the Pixies.
Ooh, we have some friends that are stone right now.
Then bring them along.
Keyleth, do you need help?
I take my last 5th level spell to dump in a greater restoration into Grog to bring him back from petrification.
You can't do it to 2 people at the same time.
I can burn my 7th level spell to bring back Vax.
Maybe you should do that.
Yeah.
I will burn my 7th level spell to greater restoration Vax and bring him back.
All right. You come to consciousness, Grog, suddenly in a different.
Yeah. Huh. That. I mean, I think that something else that Matt has done that, like, if I'm thinking about this sequence, in a more detached, like, high level way, I don't know that I would do, which is he's ostensibly sent the leaders of both factions with everyone else whenever they've met, except for the 2 pixies that Keyleth originally interacted with. Every other time, the tent post, or not tent post, the symbolic heads have been there, which means that if you do violently interact with them, or just interact with them in any way, you are essentially you are essentially interacting with the entire faction, because you are able to parlay directly with the leader. There's no time weirdness. There's no possibility for a message to get lost. All of these things are going to make the entire sequence go way quicker, which is good. That's good. For its placement within this. But that combat itself, man, I did not like. And I think it's really, I think I realized it is oh man, Vox, the Pixies have just a very different win con that is, I don't think overly obvious at first, but is very different from the traditional adversary win condition in D&D, which is get their health to 0. The Pixies win condition isn't really that. It is turn all of them into stone so that they can't do anything. That's the real win. The Pixies were probably never going to get everyone's health down to 0. And I think that is interesting as one of the combatants in the mixed unit, in a mixed unit setup within like an adversary combat, but as the only combatant are these things that did they even do any damage? I can't think of any pixies actually dishing out any damage to any of the party. If it was negligible, I think. But I don't know. It's a very odd, like, the actual execution of it. Maybe it could have worked if you had, like, really hit home that was the win condition of, like, we're going to turn you all into statues and take you back to our garden. And, like, even if one of them had, like, taken a turn to attack or to, like, try to, like, do, like, a damaging attack and maybe it does, like, 1 HP. Like, something, like, ludicrously low, so low that it will stand out a lot. And then you suddenly know, okay, the dynamics of this combat are very different. Maybe. But even then, the dynamics of the combat are still weird because it involves perpetually, like, pitching people out of it. It involves, like the win condition is temporarily insta-kill them over and over until we've temporarily insta-killed all of them. And then they're all essentially permanently killed. Which is a strange strategy when that's, like, the entire thing. And then it was combined with, like, interesting use of the arena of, like, putting them into the trees. That was interesting. And the way that it started off was all cool and made sense, but I don't know. That was a weird one. She didn't need to revive them. I think the wolves were going to do it for them. Oh, I didn't necessarily get that impression, but maybe. I don't know. This is a cool, conceptually a cool encounter for, like, a story, but it falls much shorter in play, in my opinion. Yeah. Like, everything about it leading up to it all, like, made sense to me and, like, felt like it worked really well, but yeah, in actual play, I was much more like, ugh. I don't know. It's, yeah, strange. Yeah. To be fair, I think Vox not attacking the pixies directly did derail things somewhat. Possibly, yeah. Imagining those pixies against marshals with good saves, Counterspell does nothing, and turning to stone is still pretty hard. Yeah, like, that combat really is, like, weird depending on your party make-up of, like, what you're even trying to do, because Counterspell doesn't affect any marshals at all, but then they went after, like, they polymorphed the spellcasters. So it's like maybe it was some, I don't want to say strange, but, like, maybe it was kind of an attempt to, like, highlight the marshals, which I do think it did. But I like to highlight marshals, and maybe this is like kind of a distinguishment. I like to highlight the marshals by giving them things that are weak to things that marshals would do, or are particularly resistant to things that casters would do. Not things that are particularly dangerous against casters. I go the danger route when I want to make a particular genre or a particular character feel weak, and I go the, like, resistant to other strategies, like strong against other strategies, when I want to highlight a player and make them feel strong. So maybe it was trying to kind of highlight the marshals a little, but like you said, the stone still fucking hits. So I still don't know. It's weird. I like this combat for the exact reason you don't like it. A fight where the op is not trying to kill you is different, so to me equals exciting. No. I don't want to... Sorry, I don't want it to sound like it's different, so I don't like it. That is not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying it's different, but the way in which it's different, I don't think was fully communicated. And also, the way in which it's different is odd in terms of facilitating fun for the players. It's very interesting. Having this alternate win condition is an interesting thing, but their win condition involves really constantly taking people out of the combat. Which that is like, it is different and it is interesting, but I don't think it's fun. I think that's like more the problem with it. But honestly, even if we keep all that consistent, if it had been communicated, I think a little bit better. I don't really think that they got that was the thing until a little ways into it. So I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Since the Pixies are so magic focused, it would make sense that they would want to take out the other magic people, I guess. Yeah, no, I mean, none of this doesn't make sense. I'm evaluating kind of separately. Is it interesting and does it make sense? I think yes. Is it fun in terms of playing D&D? That's where I don't know if it is. I think that's my kind of overarching issue is not that it doesn't make sense or it's not interesting, but that I don't know that it's fun. I don't know. It's a weird one though. I'm very torn on it. Because I like it when, and all of that is to say, I wouldn't even really critique Matt for trying it. Because I think that DMs need to take big swings and need to try shit and get feedback from the players, feedback from just the experience of running it. So I don't fault Matt for trying a combat like this. I just don't know how successful this one was. Also, talking budget a bit over. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I have data collection. But I actually think it'll be pretty close. Because we only have 14 minutes left of the actual CR. So I think it'll be within 10K, which is pretty good, honestly.
Space than you recall. A little stiff in the joints, like you just had a really, really bad night's sleep across a whole pallet of broken rock.
Diplomacy really isn't that bad.
It's not so bad. Good job,
I'm gonna throw my weapons in the river. Hold on, I'll be right back.
You make a great parade balloon,
What do you mean?
by the way. You just...
He has no
You
idea.
look great.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Vax, as you come to the heat of the moment, you kind of catch your breath again, and then kind of feel that achingness in your joints.
I literally do.
Yeah. Doesn't feel so good, does it?
Ran 13 miles yesterday.
Hey, remember when
Crazy
I
man.
was made into stone? We're Twinkies.
Twinkies? I don't think that's the term you're reaching for.
No, that's
All the
not quite
wolves
right.
are back. What happened?
We are going to finish off the fair.
Is that bad?
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Oh, so something happened, didn't it?
It did.
Sorry, Grog.
It was all your fault, really.
I missed out.
No, you did. You were very helpful.
To be fair, I tried. Yeah. Those fairies are little shifty little shits.
Really, they fought hard.
Yeah.
Oh. We're gonna kill more now?
Probably.
Anything to
Follow their likings.
any tips, advice?
Hit hard repeatedly.
Smack them like flies.
Don't use any of your lower level spells.
I don't think that's a problem.
Actually, no, you bring the lower levels first.
I am burnt out on all my higher level spells.
So are we cool with the wolves now?
Hopefully
Sort of, yeah.
We're starting to be.
We have to go finish what we started, though. They want us to still desecrate the stones.
Scanlan?
I'm ready. I've done a lot of things today.
Let's ask them if perhaps we can.
Armelia kind of appears behind one of the trees.
Oh, hi.
Is everything cool?
Oh
Everything
my
good?
god, you're still
We
here.
didn't fight.
Okay. Okay, I was
He was
got you
fighting
guys
so
back.
hard.
I was making sure
Did
that.
you draw a lot of the fight? I hope you did because we kicked some ass there.
And he kind of opens his sketch pad, and you see there's a bunch of hastily drawn sketches of Vax turned to stone with his finger up his nose, Grog in the ground with his stone thumb up his butt, smiling with his other thumb up in the air like he was, and then the rest of you guys kind of fumbling your attacks as the pixies are laughing.
See, nice, very good. That tree just moved.
They do that, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to the Feywild. So you guys make your way nightward?
I guess.
Following
Yeah.
Fendirs?
Yes,
I guess it's the only way out of here.
All right. You journey with them. They make a pretty quick pace, and even at your fastest, you resort to tracking them. They're moving with quite alacrity, and they know this forest really well. As you guys begin to approach the outskirts of the little grove where the Wishers existed, you can see a heavy battle has just begun to calm down. You can see 2 additional woven statues now stand amongst the area, but the abodes have been destroyed. You see one that the tiger has certainly grabbed a pixie and just tears it in half. And a couple others that have been darting off in the distance trying to escape. 3 more of the wolves kind of jump up into the trees, and you see them jumping from branch to branch before their lights.
Shit. I feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah, we tried. I didn't want this to happen.
It's a violent world.
At this point,
didn't want this to happen.
they all begin to slowly gather again towards the center of the town, or what used to be the Pixie Town. And from the treetop, Lord Ukrat lands next to the stone circle, looks out towards you guys, even beyond the tree line.
Grog, care to do the honors?
Absolutely. I'll walk up to Lord Pup.
I'm going to follow close behind.
Yeah,
Grog.
do it.
Okay. All the rest of the Fendirs, which are now a few more in number than you initially met before. We have 2 more that turn to stone. There's now 5 total that are stone in the center of this village, but looks to be about 9 of them now kind of gather up essentially to the space, the crowd in the center. They're kind of beginning to follow in around you guys, just keeping a perimeter. Ukrat looks down at you as you approach.
So, honor comes at the end of the journey. We made a pact, and you completed your end. We complete ours. You are free to pass through this forest.
As the Lord Ukrat reaches down and grabs 2 of the stones, and you can see as his fingers grab them, they're burning his palms, singeing. There's like a bunch of energy pushing back on him. His fur is blown, and there's a bright light emanating from the center of the circle. And wrestles them forth from the ground. As he does, there's a crack of thunder that cascades throughout the center of the forest. All of you kind of feel the impact as it does. The stone circle, with the glowing quartz, now kind of dims and goes cold. And the center, where it used to be this kind of vibrant grass, slowly turns to a dull gray and withers between the stones. Throws them to the ground.
Now, we are all free. You say you travel duskward to the corrupted tree, yes?
Yes.
I will follow, as my people find a new home towards the night. Should you need my help, just call, and I will be at your back.
You are a powerful ally.
As are you. Brethren, go. Spread. Find our home again. I'll return to you once this debt is paid. Now, I'll be watching.
She leaps up into the treetops as the rest of the wolves begin to back away from you and vanish into the shadows of the forest.
Is there anything around that's like, looks good to take?
We loot the mini city.
I am so fucking looting this city. Are you mad?
They're tiny thimbles full
I don't
of nothing.
care.
I have a dollhouse at home. There are things that are necessary. Jesus.
You're welcome to make some investigation checks to scour through the...
Hey, ideally, we're so close to ending this. Hey, Matt, you know that we're so close to ending this. We can loot the village off screen. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Remains of this pixie village.
17 for
13.
23.
23. Was it again? Sorry.
13.
13. Rest of you guys kind of keeping back on this?
Well,
I'm taking the crystal too.
All right.
The dead crystals.
Okay. So you take the dead crystals, and the rest of them just lift up like any other crystals. They're lighter than you expected, and they seem almost frail, almost like a volcanic rock.
Sure.
In lightness and brittleness to it, but just more dense.
All right.
So you take those, keep them to yourself. You guys look about, and most any pixie furniture has been destroyed. You, in searching through, you do find in some of the homes and
They were dicks.
You find a number of well-polished gems. You find 2 sapphires that are worth, after looking over for a bit in your experience with gems, about 200 gold apiece. You find 1 cracked diamond. It was very well cut at one time, but it has cracked. As such, we're been worth thousands of gold now. It's maybe close to 1,000 gold at most. But you know, it can be repaired or brought to somebody who can fix it up. It might be worth more. You also find what looks to be a really intricately carved kind of onyx statue of a dog, about that big. It's like really, really well carved and made. Other than that,
Oh, I mean, that's fair, Daniel. I mean, I don't, at this point, you know, I mentioned it briefly because I think that this is, I don't mention it really much anymore. At least I feel like maybe I do. But this is one where it's like, it's especially like, I don't know, to me, like pertinent of like, man, you just have this big dramatic moment, big dramatic scene. And now let's stare at some numbers and letters for a while. Really end on a mid note. I don't know, but it's also fine. It's really not that big a deal at the end of the day. And you're also, this might not be the entire reason, but it might be a part of the reason at least. Yeah.
most everything else is kind of just inconsequential decorations that wouldn't be much help to you, as they were some other people.
I say we get to the edge of out of this forest and then maybe call it a night.
Good call.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I, I'm a bit tapped on my higher level energy, but can I maybe take a minute to kind of ritual cast Greater Restoration on the two new statues of the lycanthropes?
Is it a ritual? I don't believe it can be cast as a ritual.
Greater Restoration? You can't like take my time with it?
You have to stay here the night and do it again.
We'll come back this
They'll
way.
figure it out.
The gray ground that's been
It's a good bargaining chip for later.
Just around, just with the circle less.
Not about it.
Yeah.
No, just the circle.
Let's just find out.
I know, yeah, that makes
something really nice.
Things for them.
Ferngully.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
tenuous at the moment.
We did kill Ferngully.
If
We
they
totally
had,
killed
yeah, but if
Ferngully.
they had any good in their heart, why would they be trapping travelers of any kind?
They're tiny.
They weren't trapping travelers of any
Who were?
kind, they were trapping the Lycans.
And then they trapped us.
Yeah, but then they let us out.
They didn't really let us.
Inside us out.
Everyone was bad, including us, and we lived.
Yeah, welcome to the
That's
departed.
You guys begin trekking duskward again, finally into the outskirts of the city. As you reach the outer perimeter of the forest, you reach up and
Bro, take a swing at it.
find no barrier there. It has been released, it has been dispelled, and you guys step forth into the field, hearing now as you travel further northward, or duskward if you will, the gentle sounds of rushing water begin to approach. Garmelie kind of glances past you and goes,
Well, good news. We've reached the Gilded Run.
Oh, we're here.
Bad news, we've reached the Gilded Run.
Yeah. Let's sleep in the mansion tonight.
I'm pretty tapped out.
I would love to.
But you can't.
You didn't take the full.
I
You
used
slept.
my 7th level spell to
Why
kill a
is
pixie.
reaching the Gilded Run a bad thing?
It's okay, we can camp.
It's a difficult thing to pass. Those rivers are quite expedient.
Oh, like rapids.
Yeah.
Is it really wide?
If we sleep, I can come prepared with lots of
We need to
control
sleep.
water
Maybe
spells.
we can sleep in the treetops where
The Lycans.
Lord Orpapaka.
Bukarat.
Baccarat.
Yeah, let's sleep up in the trees tonight before we make our way into this area.
all right, so you guys head back into the moonbrush. You ascend up into the canopy and prepare yourself, finding an area of branches that can be cleared to give yourself a comfortable space to stay for
We
the
realize
evening.
it's only been like an hour since we slept last
No.
night.
Yeah.
Just like
No, I mean,
miserable.
All nighty, we'll just.
Huh?
Well, travel to and from the center of the forest has taken a few hours, so it's been a while.
You're tapped.
All right, we're tapped.
We're tapped. We had a long day.
All right.
It wouldn't be that bad if I didn't get counterspelled twice.
Yeah.
They're
Fucking
only-
fairies.
Man,
Too bad, so
that's what they do.
Been
Yeah.
a cool fight.
Sorry.
As you guys make yourselves
know.
restful and set, you all begin to fall asleep to the distant sound of howling as it gets more and more faint and faint. The sleep takes you to prepare for the next rung of your journey next week in Indianapolis.
God.
See you guys at Gen Con for the next episode as you guys approach the Gilded Run and the Shade Merc itself, seemingly getting closer to the end of your journey in the Feywild. We'll see how this plays out. So,
With werewolves in tow.
Solo wolf.
a werewolf in tow that you know of.
57.
Not the rest of them.
No,
but
they're all doing
Lord
their
Big
thing.
Badass is gonna help us.
He's gonna steal our shit.
He might try to. Yeah.
We'll give him Gormelia if we have to.
And then at the break, you were talking about how badly you wanted to kill things.
And you didn't get to do any of it.
I was trying to be diplomatic. All right, I checked off the box.
You did. You tried.
Next time, napalm.
It was an unfortunate circumstance. The wound above the eye, the lack of decent diplomacy, their fear of the spread of lycanthropy. Like you were the target for them on this whole circumstance.
Gave willingly.
You did.
You did. You've grown as a human.
Take
a break. Moment for Grog.
They just didn't want werewolves. We're gonna have werewolves like everywhere now, y'all guys. We just let it out.
Yeah, we let the disease spread.
Yeah.
Not yet, we haven't.
You want to be a werewolf so bad. Because you want to be one so
guys,
bad.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I liked the first half a lot. And second half it was middling, I would say. It was an interesting swing at a combat that I don't really think panned out, honestly, but still interesting. Did I miss too much of the stream? We just finished the episode. So probably. I mean, stay around, hang out, and then there will be the VOD. Next stream will definitely be Wednesday, 11:30 Central. I will post the thing for it. I got off work. Yeah, I get you. But yeah, I don't know. The ending was. It was very abrupt, but I also think it was kind of supposed to be. Like I don't think that this was supposed to be kind of like a big drawn out thing. The combat was see you later, Theshel. The combat was like kind of an interesting conceit, but I don't know that it was that well communicated, and the conceit itself, I don't know if it was all that fun, but I don't know. It would kind of depend on like what was going on behind the screen for me. The resolution to the plot line was kind of interesting, all within one session. I don't know. Yeah, I'd say average / mid second half, great, awesome first half. Is in general how I feel about that. Back when I was talking about looting, it also illustrates how different people experience the game. It seems to me like a majority of the players enjoy the looting. It's not so much about what they enjoy or don't enjoy. I don't fully disagree with you. It's more like sometimes things that we enjoy can be not weirdly impactful, but they can, like, not everything fits in certain places within like the context and the flow of a session. Yeah, but I don't know. Vex being a little dragon like amuses me. I've done something similar. It's fun to have your PC slowly take on aspects of their sworn enemy. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Somebody that Vex the Dragon Hunter is such a hoarder. We talked about this pretty early on. I think probably in like the 10s or 20s when I was first talking about Vex's shiny disease. I don't know if it's on purpose that she like designed it that way, but yeah, it definitely is like it definitely seems the most dragon-like out of any of the other out of any of the players. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I don't think it's weird. I don't have much else to say about how that ended. The only other thing is I think it is smart to just have Lord Ukrat follow at a distance and just be like, I'll be around, just blow the horn. Because he's like a fine NPC, but he's very clearly like an NPC like with a purpose, and like he's not there to like chat, you know? So it'd be kind of weird, I think, if he just like followed them. But I don't think it's that weird that he's like, oh, I want to help you in your future fight. It's a little strange for him to be like, I'm going to help you now, because the whole thing was that they made a deal and Vex was like, hey, would you help us afterwards? And he was like, no, before. But now that they've done it, he's like, maybe. So that's a little bit strange to me, but I could like mostly ignore it given the fact that he's like not really going to be around. So I don't know. It's straight. That was, yeah. Strange resolution, but I don't think you're gonna get super clean resolvement with basically a one-shot. Like, that was basically none of that was introduced ahead of time. They mentioned that, like, pixies and werewolves inside the Moonbrush had a beef, but that's, like, the equivalent of, like, the paragraph that you send to your players before a one-shot. You know? So I don't know that you're ever going to get, like, ultimately insanely clean resolution in that context. So it was fine. It was fine. I don't know. Meh, I'll be around is such a funny thing to imagine literally saying. Meh, I'll be around. I don't know. I was waiting to see how you responded to the heavy counterspell fight. Yeah. The thing is, I don't really think it, like, I don't have a whole lot more to say that I haven't already said about Counterspell. To me, that fight was more just like, yeah, look, all the things that I said about it. Or that I have said, which I know that like not everyone has, you know, followed the series that closely, but it's very much just like, I think that best case scenario, Counterspell is it interrupts enemy plans that would have been interesting, which while that in and of itself might be interesting to the players, I think that it overall reduces the interest of the scene. And the just like wasted nature of it, whether it's your spell slot, your action, or both, I think ultimately feels bad and elongates the combat. So I don't know. Yeah, seeing such a combat that's just filled with the counter spells, it's kind of just like, yep, this is about what I would anticipate happening. If you described that part of it, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little weird, but my Dampier bard grew up in a Cazador-like home and left and hates vampires. She uses a lot of enchantment and mind control magic, taking away people's agency. Yeah, I think that's a very similar line between Laura and the dragons. I can see that, yeah. And CR all collectively agreed to never counterspell again. Yeah, I'm sure. I feel like this combat was a little herky-jerky for the players and as a viewer, but that's okay. Not every combat is going to be a favorite. Yeah, no. And like I said, I want DMs and Matt to, like, try stuff. You should not feel like you have to know exactly how a combat is going to go to try something interesting. But it does, like, if I was trying this and I'm like evaluating it after the fact as a DM, my takeaway is, oh man, yeah, I still don't like Counterspell. I don't like Counterspell still. So, I don't know. Man. Counterspell 5e feels like a huge power move, but the 2024 version is more like a soft dodge. Yeah. I don't know. I think my overall thing, that I think about with Counterspell, LR, all of these things, is that the core like baseline of D&D is kind of the same, whether we're talking about attack rolls or saves. The core formula is for combat, I should say. Also, most of out of combat, but out of combat varies a bit more. Is roll d20, works, doesn't work. That's the real core baseline of D&D. D&D is at its core like a binary check system. Whether we're talking about rolling an attack roll, a save or suck spell or cantrip, an attack roll cantrip, that is how broadly the entire system is set up to function. Is on this binary roll 20 question. You can influence this roll 20 or this d20 like crazy. Advantage, disadvantage, adding inspiration, adding guidance, bane, bless, hex, whatever. But there are very few things that deviate from this core of you roll this d20 and the result determines if it works or if it doesn't work. And Counterspell, even in the new version, I think the new version is like always a check now. There's no automagic part of it. Even Counterspell, even in 524, still takes this and adds on another binary of another d20 test for the counterspell itself into work or doesn't work. And I think that this is kind of part of my hesitancy around it is like this additional layer being so different from the rest of the entire game. And I'm down for different and unique things, but this different and unique thing specifically says, hey, you have to make it work twice. So most likely it's going to not work. It takes, assume everything is perfectly balanced, which it obviously never is, but we'll have to assume that for this. It takes any given thing and makes it a 75% chance. Because you have to pass the first one and then you have to pass the second one. So there's 3 out of 4 times you're not working. And that to me, even if it's a check, it's just like, okay, we're basically boiling it down to I spend a resource and the majority of the time you just don't get your turn. And that's the part I don't love about it. Because again, I often use the litmus test. Even if I wouldn't use it against the players, it's like, if I use this against the player, is there a situation where it's interesting and fun? And I really rarely find that with Counterspell. I almost never. I can't think of one, but I don't want to be definitive. So I just don't, the way that math goes, I don't like the, you get rid of it. In 2024, there's one roll, not two. Well, there's the initial roll to do the thing that you're counterspelling, right? Counterspell only needs, counterspell doesn't happen before it hits, right? So let's see. Counterspell. It's save or suck, right? No, but the thing that counterspell is counterspelling is not. So this is the first attempt to cast the original spell, and then they make the con saving throw. Right? Because this is still happening in reaction. Yes. Yeah, I mean the original spell. So this, because if they fail the original spell, they fail. You never need to counterspell it. And then after they succeed on the original spell, you then give them another check. So they basically have to attack twice, and if they ever fail, it doesn't work. If we really are abstracting it out, it is not even disadvantage, it is saying attack twice, and if either of your attacks miss, you don't get the attack. And I don't like that. A 75% chance to fail in the broad scale of things will just feel to the player like a guaranteed fail because it's such a heavy majority, which I don't love. You can delete forever 2014 Counterspell or Silvery Barbs. I honestly haven't played with Silvery Barbs long enough to have like an intuitive sense of how much I hate or don't hate it. I know that it's a very popular spell to hate. You magically distract the creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. You can then choose a different creature. The chosen creature has advantage on the next thing it makes. The creature can be empowered. So it's what level is it? Wait. First level spell. Re-roll d20, use lower. I mean, it's my only like problem with this is that it's too low of a level. Because I mean, this is very, very close to Counterspell. Like, nearly functionally, in terms of like the math impact, nearly identical. Probably less powerful than actually just less powerful. And I'm talking about 524 Counterspell where it forces the con save. It's weaker, but I don't think it should be like first level. That's very, very weak. I don't know though. They don't on like an emotional, like, or not even emotional, but just like philosophical level, they're functionally the same. So I don't know. It's kind of the same to me. I mean, they also give the advantage, which is also very good. It's just too low of a level, I would say. But like, all in all, I don't really see much of a difference. Things that happen on reactions that interrupt the D20 roll. I love it because I love reactions. I love reactions too. But that does not make me want this. I think there's plenty of spells that have a roll on a table as a part of a spell, and some are effective or not. Roll on a table? That is definitely a minority. I'm thinking of like Wild Magic Surge, but I can't think of another spell that's like that. I think I fundamentally disagree with the premise of introducing a wild card that reduces the chance I succeed as fundamentally not fun. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, is like taking the results table, like the possible result table, and making 3 out of the 4 options it doesn't work, I think is fundamentally not fun. It's save or suck, yeah. I don't mind Counterspell being a save or suck. It makes sense cognitively that the target has a chance to fight for their spell. Oh, I mean, I like it being save or suck more than it being automatic. You know, I like it being save or suck more than automatic, but I still think that, like, again, fundamentally, it just takes it from, instead of this, it's guaranteed not this, to it's now a chance that it's not that. So I don't know. Would it work as contested using spell modifiers? Did 524 change the timing? In 514, I think raw you should be counterspelling before you see if the original spell succeeds. I mean, either way, it doesn't actually matter. It just switches which D20 test we're talking about. So now they have to get through your counterspell. That's the first D20, works or doesn't work, and then they have the second. So it fundamentally, like, for the math and like the result tree, it doesn't matter which one that is. Your 75 complaint only makes sense for attack rolls? No, it's same thing with saves. There's just the difference is just who's rolling the D20. But with save or with saving throw spells like Sacred Flame. Sacred Flame is still this decision tree. Someone rolls a D20. It's just the enemy. It works or doesn't work. So it doesn't matter if it's saving throw or not. If it does like automatic damage, then that's still a thing. But if it's AoE, then the caster doesn't roll and the target still takes half. Still takes half is a separate version of this, but it is still the same logical decision tree, whereas instead of doesn't work, it is instead replaced with kinda works. So instead of doesn't work here, we now have only half works. So you see what I'm saying? The decision tree is still the same. It's now, instead of this, it's only half works. But the logic is all still the same. And it doesn't matter if it's a save or not. So if it's Counterspell, the original caster makes 1 roll to save. But the targets still roll, so they're still within that, yeah. Counterspell takes away usually your action only. You still have your BA and movement, which what you had just been thinking about with getting out of polymorph, so mechanically same. Yeah. Accurate. The difference there, the reason that I was talking about that with polymorph was in the more edge case situation of you don't know when you're going to get out of polymorph. And so the taking away your action thing is, in my mind, I was going towards it as a attempt to give you more time to think. Taking away your action in general is still something I don't love, just fundamentally. But if it's already in there, maybe we could extend its effectiveness a little bit to have an outsized benefit for like player psychology. But that was one where you could see I still wasn't too sure about it. And I was way more concerned about it on polymorph because I feel like you have less agency in polymorph and in counterspell than you do in like avoiding unconscious. And most people will counterspell big AoE spells anyway, not Eldritch Blast. Doesn't matter. Like I said, I don't think that. Maybe we're misunderstanding each other, but that does not. All of this is totally irrelevant of whether it's a save, whether it's AoE. This is still the decision tree, where this is the counterspell. Because no spells in D&D just automatically work. At least very few that I can think of, at least except for counterspell. Whereas this is someone rolls for spell. Someone. I don't know who, but someone does it. You know what I'm saying? There's guaranteed damage. Yeah, I'm not I should have, when I was saying like doesn't work versus half works, I'm not saying like necessarily it does literally nothing, but that's one of the benefits of that's one of the benefits of playing a caster as opposed to a marshal, is that you can get guaranteed damage out, but you still have this decision point. Wouldn't you need to cast Counterspell before the roll? In that case, switch these two. Swap these two. The decision tree is still the same. That's what I'm saying. It's the actual like decision tree that I'm talking about. PCs. Counterpoint. PCs are super powerful at high levels, and Counterspell does feel like a nice way for monsters or casters to make a statement. It's similar to legendary resistances. I agree. Yep, I agree. I fully agree with you, John Elliott. It is similar to legendary resistance. I also don't like that. And I have a video where I talked about that. Legendary resistances should be removed from 5e. Yeah, I agree. I also think that the power of high-level casters is kind of a functional problem towards high-level play, and that legendary resistance is a band-aid solution to try and fix that. And so we should make spellcasters a little bit worse, but remove things like LR. And so then they would functionally, hopefully, be like a very similar power level, but we nerf some of their stuff and then remove LR. Because, yeah, I think that LR also sucks, and I don't like it. Doesn't work versus half works is a big difference. It's not in terms of the decision points that you're making, if that makes sense. Like, I agree that it's a big difference when we're talking about, like, when we're talking about whether or not you're choosing a certain spell, but it doesn't matter in terms of what I'm talking about here. So, okay. We'll totally change all of this because my point I will still make the same point where we'll call it full effect and reduced effect. And then, so this is F, this is R. Now, the difference between getting it reduced down to 0 versus reduced down to half versus reduced down to whatever, that's not the argument that I'm making. My argument is that most of D&D falls within this box, and that Counterspell adds an additional layer onto it that I don't like. So regardless of what these effects are, I don't like that you have that most of the time you're now getting a reduced effect. You can bait spells with it and control action time. Granted, losing a turn feels nasty. Yeah. I understand the logic of your split tree chart, but I think your point of applying it is too restrictive to what actually happens. I don't know. I'm going the opposite direction. I'm not thinking about it restrictively. I'm thinking about it very broadly, like very at the top. Like I am. Yeah, I don't know. It's not always 75%. It isn't, but in reality, it's not always 75%. But broadly, if you're challenging your parties and you are hitting them with things that are well balanced, it will, in the long term, work out to 75%. Because ideally, any D20 test, actually, this isn't exactly true. So this is maybe a slight flaw. I believe, according to the fundamental math, PCs are supposed to succeed D20 tests, I think 60% of the time. I would have to go and re-look at the math, but I do think that PCs are, if they stay on curve, they are meant to succeed about 60% of the time. So the actual math, if we want to get into like the details of the actual math, it is a 60-40 split, and then this gets split into another 60-40. So the actual chance of it is 60% of 60. So what, 3/5 of 60 is like 36%. So it would go from, in reality, it's not a 75. It's probably closer to 66, which I still don't like. But that is if I'm remembering my fundamental math numbers right, which I don't know that I am. But yeah. The game is more flexible. It makes sense if 2024 CS is going before the spell's cast because now the spell slot isn't lost. It's not about if the spell slot is lost to me. It's about if the turn is lost. Like, D&D is a resource management game. I'm actually way more fine with the spell slot getting lost than the action. So our convo is disjointed. The convo's always kind of disjointed. But by thinking about it so broadly, you are ignoring the actual use cases of the spell. It's like looking at the average instead of the median. You're technically correct, but it can be misleading. I disagree. Like, if we are thinking about the actual use cases of the spell, this still applies. Like, I don't understand what you guys are saying in terms of like this is inaccurate to the reality. Sometimes the reality is going to be worse than this. Like, the 75% is boiling down all of the edge cases from all of the times that Counterspell is way more effective and all of the times when it's way less effective. And all of the times when you're attacking someone that you have a better chance against versus someone that you have a worse chance against. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you're being restrictive in the sense that your application of this chart as a reason for spell action to be good or not good in terms of fun or value in the game is too restrictive. It's to me, the result of it doesn't matter in this case. Like, the actual, like, concrete effects are going to be better and worse than this because I'm going in the middle. And so, yes, some concrete examples will be not as bad as this. Some concrete examples will be much worse than this. But the fact that those bad examples exist at all, and the fact that that we are so in the middle on it, I still don't think that 66% doesn't really change my thought process on it. Like, I don't like this at like a fundamental design level. Not in terms of its actual concrete effect on the game. Like, Legendary Resistance is a better example where, like, philosophically, I don't like Legendary Resistance. I think it prolongs fights. I think it is a bad mechanic to have in a game. But I think that Legendary Resistance has to exist. Like, I would never say, oh man, I think that like a DM should like ban Legendary Resistance from their games because it's like fundamentally required for like running super high level stuff. So that's one where like the concrete details of like how Legendary Resistance is used in game does matter to me. Like, the reality of Legendary Resistance on the ground means that I think it needs to be in the game right now. Counterspell, I don't see the same argument for. I'm biting my tongue because my pro Counterspell argument would contain a spoiler. I guess we'll have to see. I mean, if the argument is anything along the lines of, look at this cool example of it, it's probably not going to play with me. Because people said, hey, look at this cool example of it. And during the Briarwood arc, when Scanlan counterspelled Delilah's either Misty Step or Dimension Door or whatever she was doing to get away. And I was like, yeah, that sucks. It's cool for the players, but they have accidentally made the combat worse for themselves, like less interesting. I think that the combat would have ended up being more interesting if they could have had it in the intended arena. And I don't think that Matt should have like tried to weasel his way around it. I think that Scanlan was very, very within his rights, and it was a very reasonable thing to counterspell. But it resulted, I think, in an overall less interesting combat, even though it was a very good use of the spell. It was a minorly cool thing that made it the entire thing way less cool. Like, it lowered the coolness of the combat by like 5, and it was like a +2 in terms of the moment. So if it's anything along the lines of look at this cool example, it's not going to play with me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Melee Magic catch up. Nah, I don't think there's any way to predict that. There's a fundamental disconnect because we're not in person. I don't think there's a way to game it. I'm interested to see if you still think that way after nondescript event. We'll see. I truly cannot picture something that would change my mind on that, but we'll see. I'm always open to it. How do you feel about certain types of creatures being immune to spell effects? I like immunities. I think, e.g. shape change or polymorph. Yeah, I'm totally fine with immunities, especially if they're communicated ahead of time. I think that they can be used in a kind of lame way as like a surprise, gotcha, where like people make this whole plan and then it doesn't work because the thing had immunity. I don't love that, like them being immunities being employed as like a surprise. But I like them broadly. I think that they're a way that can allow for some cool like prep and research ahead of time. And then and I also like generally pairing immunities with weaknesses. Vulnerabilities, so that the combat feels more like dynamic, I think. Mega unswayed by rule of cool. No, it's not rule of cool. It's very much letter of the law rule. It's just raw. I don't know. That is just, the PC got the thing that their spell got for them, and it made the combat less interesting. Like, rule of cool is predicated on them doing something creative, and counterspell is not that. So, I don't know. Mega doesn't like cool things. I would say that counterspell is the least cool thing. I think my objection is that you're saying this is now more difficult in general is not fun, and I don't agree with that statement. Okay. Yeah, we might just have differing opinions. Yeah. I think that Counterspell being one of the very solid minority of things that can make a broad category of actions. Because, right, it's not even like a resistance or anything like that. A broad category of actions, broadly less, and not even just less effective, but can, go towards wasting turns as well. Again, like the wasting turns thing, I know that is a subset. I would say it's a healthy subset, but some of them it is just reducing the damage and the half. Yeah, I think that one spell being able to affect such a broad category of the game in such a substantial way is not fun. It's kind of, what it's kind of is? It's the Magnificent Mansion discussion from earlier in the game, where I don't want to see a spell whose effect is so useful and so broadly applicable as to essentially be a must pick. Like, the counterspell is so effective, and it is useful in so many situations that it feels like an in-fiction must-pick. And that is not fun to me. Yeah. Yeah. That label probably told you that part of the episode you had gotten to, i.e. the stream was basically all combat. Maybe. There was a little bit of a mini combat earlier. So I don't... One of the helpful things about that is I don't know exactly what your barometer is for combat medium or combat light. So that helps as well. If the players have a big plan, the GM should ask for an intelligence roll and hint to them that it won't work so they don't hinge their whole plan on it. That feels I mean, it depends on, like, what it is. Like, is there, like, a core, like, logical fallacy in their plan? Or is it just that they don't have a certain piece of information to understand that their plan won't work? Because that's sort of a different thing. RE immunities? Yeah. But, like, immunities, that's, like, something that you would, like, need to know from, like, a book, most likely. So I don't know, unless one of the players would have a reason to know about, like, adversary immunities or something along those lines. I mean, there's definitely there's room, but I like introducing them and making them very obvious. So, like, if I had an immunity, I like to give, like, a narrative description that at least broadly hints at it so that they might look into it a little bit more. Yeah, I don't want it to be a surprise. Yeah. I also think debating the fun, unfun split decision tree is dependent on the spell actually being countered. Most spells never will be. It happens only every 5 games. It happens sometimes only every 5 games? What? I don't know if I understand what that means. Like, you're saying that you only fight every 5 games? A lot of GMs don't run spellcasters often because they don't want to do counterspelling. Well, so my gut response to that is, like, if you are modifying the things that you are allowing yourself to use because of one single spell, I think that spell has an outsized effect on things. So it's like if you are reducing the amount of spellcasters that you're running, both because in fiction you don't want to, like, have counterspell on your side be prevalent, and you don't want them to be counterspelling you all the time, building around a single spell that much, I think, is indicative of a problem with that spell. Even only once a combat is a small impact, I would say that's a large impact for a spell. to be such a, like, again, like a must pick that is so broadly applicable. I think that's the main problem. Like, I got roasted when I didn't pick Counterspell in BG3 when I was playing on stream. People were like, how are you not going to pick Counterspell? And it's because, like, I don't know, I just want Hunger of Hadar more. And they're like, but you need Counterspell. It's like, I don't know. But I see that constantly. Speaking top level, these kinds of mechanics probably do better in a different medium, action video games. I can see that, yeah. If you're fighting dragons and beasts for months, then counterspelling doesn't come up. That is true. But I can't think of, like, if you're fighting dragons, there's not, like, one spell that it's like, you gotta pick it for the dragon arc. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you're fighting spellcasters, it's like you have to pick counterspell. If you don't, you're kind of purposefully ignoring it. You know? Unlike LR, both players and GMs have access to CS. I don't think it's much different from trying to paralyze a player or forcing a party to use some of their other resources. Unlike LR, both players and GMs have access to counterspell. Yes, But everyone, when we just watched that combat with Counterspell, GMs, I don't even feel like I need to like provide evidence for this, but GMs are so hesitant to Counterspell because it feels bad to get hit with. Like I would claim that effectively only players have Counterspell. Because counterspelling in the same way that only enemy wizards have spell books that can be like stolen or destroyed, because counterspelling your players feels so broadly bad, people don't do it. And like even at this table that we just watched, they fucking hated it as Matt did it. And he's like, well, them's the breaks. Like if you guys have Counterspell, I have Counterspell. And it's like, that's true. But no part of that seemed like they were enjoying it. So that's I don't think we can have it both ways. We either have to evaluate if we evaluate it as a, oh hey, here's both. Like DMs can counterspell. It's like, okay, DMs counterspelling is just unfun. I think that's just like I just look at it and that's my evidence. But if we consider it even as a player only resource, that's where I then look at this and I think it's still unfun. But this also applies to the other thing. I don't know. Yeah. I just mean that depending on the table, Counterspell could be frequent or rare from either player or GM. I mean, yes. But I also think that is like in unlike any other adversary type. I never, like someone mentioned absorb elements, I think, Jake. I do not take into account absorb elements when I am constructing like a dragon fight, or whether I'm considering whether or not I even want to do a dragon arc. But like Counterspell is just gonna be there if I'm running spellcasters even relatively frequently. And that's the part that I really don't love about it. I think DMs can narrate raw counterspell to make failure feel flavorful. Maybe. I don't know. I also notice a lot of high-level enemies don't use spells, they use abilities. I mean, big depends, but inherent spellcasting is a pretty common ability in high-level adversaries. So, but big depends. Yeah. I do think we have fundamentally different opinion of what can fuel fun. What's the fundamentally different opinion there? Because I'm curious. Like, I want to get down to the fundamental disagreement of like what do I think doesn't fuel fun that you do, I guess. Because if we get down to that, if we get down to one where it's just like, oh, I just disagree and I don't have like a structured argument for why, I think that's where I consider like the bottom of an argument, like the end. This is what I hate most about CS. It breaks down the player-DM relationship due to the natural asymmetry of it. Yeah. The only time CS amuses me is during a CS chain. Yeah. I find that D&D is so broad because of the range of classes and builds and spell choices and enemies that even though there are popular grabs, a scenario could be barely relevant, and therefore the critique has limited relevance to the same degree. I agree with that. I think, and we talked about this a little bit in my 524 videos when I was looking at feats. I really like that they took away the interaction between Polearm Master and Sentinel, because I found that was not too restrictive, but again, kind of too much of must picks. It reduced the diversity of choice in a similar way that I think Counterspell can, especially in high level play. Where you are going up against high-level casters. Yeah. I mean, and so it's like, when we talk about like popular grabs, I do think that like it's kind of like, I used to play a game called Rainbow Six Siege a lot, and they had an axis of pick rate versus win rate that they used to look at. So like this axis would be pick rate. And so this is the percentage of games that a character is getting picked in. And then this action is win rate. And this is in the amount of games where a side had that character, did they win, percentage wise. And the Siege devs considered either a high pick rate or a high win rate, especially both, but either one to be a problem. So for a long time, there was a character that was like firmly in top left. They had like a near 80% pick rate, and their win rate was like a 10%. It was something stupid low. But that's like a huge problem. And so that's how I feel about like when we talk about like popular grabs is I think that Counterspell is too popular of a grab because it is too popular or too broadly applicable. So I want to encourage the diversity of choice and of build for the specific situations rather than having like obvious choices. Because I think that when there are obvious choices, it boils down that interesting decision point when it comes to like building your class and preparing your spells. So I think that in general, maybe some things have some lesser critique, but like I'm basically making because it is as powerful as it is, like because of this effect, people pick it so much. Like in general, losing one action really isn't that bad. Like even if we go back to it, like this effect, like demonstrably just like isn't that bad. It's not that powerful, really. Especially now that you don't lose the spell slot. But it is so broadly impactful and so broadly applicable that it has too high of a pick rate, in my opinion. That's what keeps the game healthy, so variant and flexible. Right. I think that Counterspell reduces that variance a lot. Here's a nitpick to the question then, Mega. Yay. How big of a problem is the 75% chart to you? Is it a big problem or a minor problem? In terms of fun or power, it depends. In terms of power, not that bad, honestly. This issue is not that bad in terms of power. It's bad in terms of feel. That's the problem that I have with it. I think a frustrating fight can be an asset in the long run for a fun time. One that with trust along the table can be worth a fight or two being less fun, the sum of the whole is greater, etc. And so by excluding everything that is not mathematically only fun, you rob yourself in the long run. I think that there's a difference between frustrating, because what I hear in that implication of that statement, Pharaoh, is like I think we would have to like determine like what frustrating is, because to me a frustrating fight is interesting is interesting because it's challenging, because it feels like the normal tools in your toolbox don't work for a specific reason, and overcoming that can be interesting. There's no overcoming Counterspell. There's no reaching the heights of the mountain. There's no employing a different strategy later, at least not largely. So the reason I'm not saying it's mathematically only fun. I'm saying it's mathematically boring. Like the chart this is mathematically boring. Like losing your turn is not fun because it's boring. Like it results in a boring interaction. So that's my kind of problem, is not like it is not fun. It is that it is not fun, it is not challenging, it is not interesting in any way. And so I don't see how that could add to a larger sum of fun later on. That's maybe the getting closer to the fundamental disagreement, where like I don't see how this effect, this frustration, builds into fun later. I can't quite make that connection. I think critiquing Counterspell for it being too much of a must-take is fair, but that's different complaint than most of this discussion. They're connected complaints, because the reason that it is a must-pick is because of what it does. If it did something different than this, it wouldn't be a must-pick. It wouldn't be a must-take. Like, people really like things that do things that nothing else does. So, like, me talking about how Counterspell does something so unique and so broadly applicable is why I think it's a must-take. Because it has such a substantial effect and such a broad effect in terms of the feel. But, like I said, I don't think it's, like, that powerful at the end of the day. It's only one action. But it feels very impactful. Which I think is the majority of the problem and why it ends up being a must pick. Yeah. Divide Counterspell across schools of magic as a fix. EX Necromancy Conjugation Counterspell. You could choose which school at the start of the day. Provides a level of choice and risk. Maybe the schools are an interesting way to think about it. I'd have to think about it more, but I also don't think that would solve the sort of problem of it always being around. It would make it more interesting to engage with, I think. So it would up the interesting level for me. But I don't think it impacts the core of it. I'm starting to feel the same way, unenthused, about Misty Step in 2024. It or similar is everywhere, and everyone will pick it because it's so good. It's hard. So that's an interesting complication to the discussion, because there is a different factor to this of, is it everywhere and that's why the pick rate is so high? You know, it's like, to use the Siege example, like, is it a class or like a type of heroes? Or is it one individual hero that is like getting picked all over the place? There's like a Misty Step type effect, right, on a lot of different classes and subclasses now. You know, there's like, it is all over the place. But at that point, if you don't have to go too far out of your way and you want to pick that for other, like, I think I run into an issue even earlier on in that of, man, I kind of wish that Misty Step wasn't accessible from so many locations. Because if you put up all of these different points of entry to it, then yeah, it kind of stops lowering the barrier to entry to it so much. It just kind of means that it's just gonna be there a lot more often, which is very, and it's yeah, I don't know. The prevalence of Misty Step type abilities in 2024 is weird, and it's something that I haven't formed a full opinion on yet. Yeah. Honestly, the chart is bad in terms of fun. In terms of power, no. This is where we split, I think. For us, what you're describing sounds like a big point for you, but we are saying it's not real play for us. Bad in terms of fun. The chart is... Okay. If you find the whole chart to be boring / not fun, then as you said, that's... most of 5e. You might be chasing this goal. No, I think we're starting to drill down to it. I do think that this fundamental D20 test as like the core thing of everything is kind of boring. Like, I think it is a little boring that like half to 60% of the time you should just miss with your attacks, and that's just kind of fucking it. I think that's kind of boring. I don't like love that as like a fundamental thing. And Counterspell takes that and adds on another layer of like, hey, here's this thing that is like mechanically like necessary.
Take a break.
Oh no. It's like mechanically necessary and it's like kind of the underlying fabric. Let's emphasize the less fun part of it even more. I think that is kind of my fundamental issue, is that it is exacerbating kind of just a required problem. Whereas it could just not. Like, at the end of the day, it's one spell. Like, I think that removing LR is a way bigger, like, task. You could pop Counterspell out and it wouldn't matter. So it's like, it's just, to me, it highlights one of the most boring things about the game, and does so, I think, in a very like in your face sort of way. That's fair. I'm not sure the spoilery thing would change your mind. It probably won't on the topic as a whole, but I like the wild card factor of it. You like that anyone could just be like hiding it up their sleeve as a no, fuck you. Like it's your trap card. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. If everyone has teleporting so people take Misty Step to catch up, that's like Dark Vision. It is kind of like Dark Vision, Sarah. And I don't like how prevalent Dark Vision is. I don't know. I really disagree that frustrating things have to come from challenges that you can still overcome. Things can be frustrating and unable to overcome in the moment and still provide something worthwhile. I guess that's my question. I was using the challenge as an example. What is the value? I'm not asking that like not sarcastically. What's the word? That's not a rhetorical question at all. That's not a rhetorical question. I'm truly asking like, what is the value of something frustrating? Aside from like a challenge or something. Because like I'm picturing like that combat. Like I think that pixie combat was like a frustrating combat. And I think that in execution, it wasn't great because of that. I still think that Matt should have tried it to like, see how it goes. But I would evaluate that combat as like not a very good combat and like not something that I would ever put into any of my games because of its frustrating aspects. So so that's my question, is like, where does the value come from there? Sarah, I also dislike many people having regular or super dark vision. Not sure it would really be an issue for players. More like prevalent teleporting puts new and different pressure on combat design. Yeah, that's true. That is true, because teleporting ultimately really doesn't matter if there's nowhere interesting to teleport to. But it is kind of weird because it puts not necessarily constraints onto combat. I mean, kind of constraints. It means that you can't use physical separation as a combat lever as effectively, in a similar way to how you like. I don't talk about like using darkness a lot when I talk about encounter design, Because, like, the vast majority of the time, it kind of just won't matter. So I do worry that, like, physical separation could become that with, like, a prevalence of Misty Step. And that could be tough. That could just be tough to design around. But we'll have to see. I don't know. This might be a high roll V, low roll V thing now that I think about it. Maybe. I mean, I want to get to the point where it's like, oh, yeah, I don't have, like, an argument against that. I just fundamentally disagree. I want to get to that point because I don't really feel like I've found it yet. Without really taking sides on if Wizards should do this, Counterspell is too iconic for the change is bad crowd, even if we accept that Counterspell was the worst thing ever. Yeah, which, like, maybe, I don't know. I also don't think that Fireball should do, like, more damage than everything else at its level, which is what they have said Fireball needs to do because it's iconic. I don't really fuck with the, like, to me, that's, like, nostalgia bait, and I don't really like that. In the long run, it makes success sweeter. It makes you familiar with that kind of tactic in a combat. What can you do about it if encountered later on? Do you have attack thinks less head on? That's what frustration can add. Like something you actually overcame, not just a puzzle you solved in one game, but something you gained over a campaign. So, like, you introduce something that is frustrating, and in my interpretation of this, I am mentally categorizing it, since we're talking about Counterspell, as, like, I feel boring and frustrating. Like, yeah. And having those and learning how to work around them is the interesting thing. I can see where you're coming from, but to me that requires me to use it enough to where they do develop a strategy so that it's then paid off. It's almost like a Dark Souls argument, like a Souls-like of, like, but I think that the kind of the difference for me, because I assume that is like yeah, to me this is like a challenge to overcome by a different name. Like, the frustrating element is just like the challenge, but I don't find it interesting if the strategy to overcome it is not fun. I think, to use another example, maybe it's like LR. I think LR is frustrating and boring, and you do need to learn how to overcome it. It's so prevalent, you just have to learn how to overcome it as a player. But to me, that leads to non-interesting gameplay. Like, the end result of that is a monk spamming Stunning Strike to bust through all of the legendary resistances so that now the spellcaster can play normally. Like, to me, if the frustrating thing is not just frustrating because it's challenging, then the end goal of that is having fun through less interesting gameplay. And that's not like an end goal that I like going towards. Like, I maybe if you have an example of, like, with this Counterspell, right? Like, what is, like, the interesting and, like, fun evolution of gameplay that results in like counterspelling players often? Because I'm not asking this rhetorically. I'm very curious, because, like, I can't think of, like, fun and like sweeter gameplay later on that is predicated around working around Counterspell. You know what I'm saying? Like if I try to think about like what is the strategy for avoiding Counterspell, I can't think of like an interesting and fun strategy there. But that might be my problem if I can't think of one. That's not saying it doesn't exist. I don't want to interrupt, but general purpose question. Oh, does the no spoiler rule include non-CR, non-D&D related media? Like, can I say, oh yeah, it's just CR spoilers. Just CR spoilers. I think I'm gonna start wrapping up because I think we're at least approaching the bottom of it. I think I can kind of see the lines, but might have to start wrapping up soon. Summoning in 2024 is sometimes an emanation, which is fine. I hate summon spells, and I think we can chuck all of them. Oh yeah, I mean I agree with that. I really like a lot of the changes they made to summons. Yeah. The fact that you find it boring is a better argument than overpowered or that it takes an action away. Because if you find it boring, then that truly is a fun killer. Well, okay. The reason I find it boring is because it takes the action away. It's the thing that it does. Actually, compared to something like Tasha's Mind Whip, right? Tasha's Mind Whip, rather than fully taking away your action or fully like stunning you or whatever, says you can choose action, bonus action, or movement. That is still giving like an amount of an interesting choice, which I think is good. I think that's much more interesting to me. The part of it that is boring to me is just the thing that it does. And so that is this decision tree, this boiling of down to 75% of the time you don't work. That's the thing that's boring to me. I'm not saying that this is, again, I'm not saying this is like uber powerful. You're spending a spell slot to do it in this case. Like it's an expenditure of resources. There's a trade-off there. But the actual result of the spell is what I find boring and uninteresting. Like there's a strategic play to it. So it's not like super uber powerful. But I find the result boring. But it's also boringly effective, which is why I think it gets picked so often. And that is also part of the boring part to me, is when this wild diversity of choice that we have in D&D gets boiled down to just pick this spell. In some situations, that I also find boring. So it's hard. It's like the effect of the spell is boring to me, and the broad applicability. It's not really the power, but it's how broadly it just works. That is also boring to me. Yeah. The interesting part of using Counterspell as a player is the chance to impact the game with reactions. It's the closest to having real-time interactive experience, but that can be done with a modified Counterspell too. I mean, I really heavily agree with this sentiment. I think that more reaction opportunities are sorely lacking in 5e. I think they're incredibly lacking. And if Counterspell gives you that fix, I can understand that. I can totally understand that. If Counterspell is like your affect the game in reaction fix, I can come across the aisle there. I love in 2024. In 2024 they have oh god, what is it? They have a couple of class features that are that are on reaction, and I think that's awesome. So yeah, I can if that's like the reason for liking it, I can totally get behind that. Yeah. I used Mind Whip cast last week, succeeded 2 out of 4 target. It was great. Yeah, Mind Whip's cool because then it still gives a decision point. Like the end result of it, I would honestly say that Mind Whip kind of might fall into the too high of pick rate, but at least that is kind of boring to me. But the result of it, the actual thing that it imposes on the game, is much more interesting to me. So I like it more. Yeah. This does come back to a subjective opinion, though, because boring is subjective. What I find interesting can be boring and vice versa. Right, I agree. That's why I want to try and get down to the bottom of these. Because is it literally just that, like, oh, the too high of pick rate, that's not a problem, that's not boring. Or this effect is not boring. Like, if we just find a disagreement there of you're like, no, I don't think that the broad applicability of it and its broad effect is boring. Like, if you just find that interesting and I find it boring, that is like a fundamental disagreement point. And that's, I think, like, when I say like the bottom of the argument, that's what I'm referring to. Is it's like, oh, if I just find this boring and you don't, then that's just is what it is. Perfect fix to you finding the result of countering boring. Instead of just nothing happening, roll on a version of wild magic chart. Ooh. I don't know. It would honestly, it would depend on what's on the chart. But yeah, at least then something happens. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. If your Counterspell succeeds, you have to roll wild magic. Kind of love that. Maybe. I would have to see a chart in this example, because that's one where it's like, okay, because that would take this decision tree, right? If we go back to the infamous tree, that takes this from full effect to reduced effect on the roll 20 to now full effect or like weird effect. Ooh. I don't know. Maybe. I would have to see, because now this would be dependent on what the fuck this is. I like the idea of the person who is halting the other person's action has potential consequences for the high likelihood of stopping someone else. The idea of the person who is halting the other person's action has potential consequences. I don't know that I fully understand. Maybe I do. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Mike has a whole video last year about Mind Whip spell as a spell worth banning. Oh, it's very powerful. Mind Whip is a very powerful spell. As you get to the point where you can apply it to multiple enemies. It's a spell that I would understand if it was banned at a table. I personally wouldn't ban it. But I also wouldn't like remove it, and I think like at its fundamental base, it's okay. But as it scales up and is able to apply to more and more people, yeah, it can get very powerful. You skipped my CS question? Probably. I'm skipping some chats. I'm skipping some chats at this point. The opinions about which person would roll the wild magic chart? No, not really. Kind of like I was kind of saying in here, like, you know, this abstract thinking, it doesn't really matter who's rolling the D20. Yeah. Yeah, not really. I don't have a huge opinion on it. I think if someone generally, if there's a question in my head about who should roll, the player or the DM, I tend to opt for the player. But that's like a really broad general heuristic that is not consistent and has lots of exceptions. So yeah, I don't know. Infamous tree. Whether wild magic would go on the person who casts counterspell, the ones who get countered. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. My since counterspell is most often used by the player, I would have them roll. I would if I was doing the spell, I would say the caster. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have too hard of opinions on it. You reap what you sow. Anyways, this went way longer than it should have. This is I got drawn into the counterspell well. But it is I like to read. It takes a lot of time when you're not in person with people. Like, I love live streaming because I think it is the best way to have an actually productive conversation about things, as opposed to like fucking the comments or tweets, God forbid, or even like videos going back and forth. I think that like the live nature of it is the best way, but it still has, it still is hard, really hard compared to, having like the actual conversation in person. But it takes a while, but I like to try and get down to like, where do I really fundamentally disagree on, like, because like I think Pharaoh said towards the end of like, oh, boring is a subjective evaluation. I can say I think it's boring because of this, but if someone just says, oh, nope, I disagree. I don't think that that's boring. I like to get down to those points. Because I do think that those are the final like deepness of what is just applicable for different tables. And where do we maybe not disagree as much as we think we do? But I don't know. But it's also like in this one where it's like powerful. There's a lot of words getting thrown around like relatively interchangeably sometimes, which happens in all of like, I think, game discussion of like, some people consider powerful and good to be synonymous, and I do not. Also, like, it's like powerful, interesting, good, fun, boring. All of these things weave in and out of each other, which can make the conversation much more difficult. Sometimes. Yeah. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gotta go to bed. Good night. I've noticed over streams that you and I have fundamental difference of opinion on what is fun, boring, which is totally okay, but I think those are one of those times. Yeah. Which is like, yeah. I might try and formulate why I don't think loss of an action is boring. I'm not the best at expressing myself written down, though. Honestly, even just getting down to that point of I don't think losing an action is boring. That, like I can just say, okay, yeah, that's fair. Like, because I do think that that's one of those things that I just like kind of am fundamentally not down with. And so if you are, then yeah, that's just kind of where we diverge. But I really empathize with not being able to express myself in written word. It's one of the reasons it's also one of the reasons I like streaming. Is because I can have long discussions I don't have to script myself, because even in scripting, I can sometimes come off weird because the way that I write is very different from the way that I speak. Yeah. Dispel and lost concentration could be other reasons. Oh boy. I did also talk about concentration in my LR video. Yeah. Yeah, just in script you're weird, sure. Yeah. Anyways. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna peace out. I will see y'all at a later date. It's so frustrating. It's not my native tongue. I really like all the spelling mistakes and words getting messed around. No, I normally, and this is one thing I'll say, because I know that a lot of my audience is English second language. I really try, and I very much never, if I ever see someone like making fun of someone else's spelling or like mixing up a word, I don't fuck with that. I really empathize with how hard it would be to express yourself in a second language like that. So I want to make it as easy as I can. There's always going to be a barrier, but I always want it to be as easy as I can, and I will always try and have patience with that as to the nth degree. I never want someone to feel like I'm impatient because like I can't understand. Sometimes I can't understand the meaning of a message, and I will move on, but that is just because I have to keep talking. And I always, am interested in clarifiers. Yeah, I really empathize with how hard it would be to try and have like debates that often come down to differences in understandings of the meanings of words in a language that is not my first. That would be very, very difficult. Yeah. What up, Deadly? Yeah, I think we're closing down. Yeah. English is my first language. I just type that on mobile. I just read phonetically and pray. Yeah. But anywho, I'm gonna see y'all later. 11:30 on Wednesday for next Critical Role. And I will see you all later. Goodbye. Oh, and I keep reading messages. No, I'm going to leave. I love you all. Goodbye.